to open this up for the public because we have a few workshop items that we need to address. And thank you so much for attending. All right, Christy.
Okay, thank you, Kim. As Kim said, this is the February 8th HGC meeting workshop, and we're going to start with opening a public hearing for design standards updates. And the updates are to Chapter 2 and Chapter 3 of the design standards, and the updates are for alignment with UDO citations. So there's nothing substantive that's changed other than changing the zoning citations that are throughout Chapter 2 to UDO references, and then it also adjusts with timeline changes that were adopted on December 8th as part of the rules for procedure. So I can point out some of the major changes were on this page. We also fixed some spelling in the chart, but that's all that is there. And then we've also, with welcoming McCrory Heights, we've also added a page in the design standards for McCrory Heights so that they're officially incorporated in our book. And so with that, we're going to leave this open throughout the entirety of the workshop in case there are callers or individuals that show up to speak on this public hearing. The only action today is the public hearing. The commission is not required to vote today. We will continue to take comments up until the March 8th meeting. And then at the March 8th meeting, the commission will be asked to vote. So is there anyone here in the audience wishing to talk on these changes? No? Okay. And then we have two unknown callers. So Candace, if you would unmute them and just we'll check. Hello, if you've called into the Historic District Commission meeting, can you tell us if you've called in to talk about the public hearing for the design standards?
Hello, yes, my name is Kira Jones, and I actually called regarding the project adjacent to the Tremont HOA.
Great. Hey, Kira, I'll keep you updated throughout the meeting. That probably won't be heard until 3 o'clock, so we would hate for you to have to sit out just hanging out on the phone for a couple hours. But keep an eye on your email, and I'll update you when that project's coming up for review, and you can call back in.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have to say, I love Kira's background music.
I know,
Summer, she works hard for the money.
Yeah. Okay. Well, with that, we will move on to item 2 from the
Christy,
workshop. Yes.
What should people do if they have comments about updates?
Email us. Email any HDC staff. You can also email the general email, which is charlottehdc@charlottenc.gov.
Okay.
And that goes to a general mailbox that all staff has access to and can assist.
And if for some reason you didn't have your pen ready, Google Charlotte Historic District.
And all staff contacts are on the homepage along the right-hand side. And the design standards are also uploaded there, the changes, so you can review them at your leisure. Thanks, Kim. The next topic is rules for procedure. And this is also sort of a cleanup change. It was originally adopted January 15th, 2020. And while we adopted the entire new rules for procedure with some cleanup in December, we need to incorporate the designation process for new local historic districts, which was kind of adopted as a standalone document in January 15, 2020. This document was just updated to streamline some procedures. The previous one wasn't as forward-thinking as to all the scenarios that could happen with potential historic district designation. And as we've gone through 2 new designations with Oaklawn Park and McCrory Heights that each have had a different scenario with who is presenting the nomination. We had an exploratory committee from McCrory Heights. We had the neighborhood association from Oaklawn Park. And so we wanted to make sure that we expanded it to capture any scenario of individuals or groups that would want to put forth a local district designation. And it also streamlined the process. As we've learned from McCrory Heights and Oaklawn, we found some kinks and we tried to straighten those out with the rules for procedure update. And then we also updated it to include UDO references, again, like we did with the design standards. And it's also updated to include the street side historic district overlay, which is becoming active June 1st, 2023 as part of the UDO. So all that's before the commission. The pages were sent in advance and it talks through the requirements for the designation process for a new district.
Okay, so now what we need to do, barring any comments that need to be made, we need to re-adopt these, correct? The rules for procedure.
Correct, yep.
So that means that we need one of the commissioners to make a motion and another to second. So who wants to make the motion to re-adopt these rules for procedure? Noel, if you'll take the lead on this one, please. And all we have to do is make a motion to, or if you want to do it, Krista, okay.
I make a motion to adopt the updated rules of procedure
For
to
the
align with
designation process for new local historic. There you go.
designation process for new local historic districts as outlined in the UDO.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Lineberger. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Bell. Thank you very much. All right, any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to approve the readoption of the rules for procedure for designation process for new local historic districts passes 6-0. Thank you.
So now we're moving on. We have some exciting news that we have 2 potential new commissioners. The McCrory Heights Neighborhood Association has put forth a recommendation for Samantha Taylor. And she is a resident owner in McCrory Heights. She owns and lives in the Reginald Hawkins house. And I believe, Nichelle, is there anything you'd like to add on behalf of the Neighborhood Association about Samantha in support of her nomination? It is the only nomination we have received. So it is before you to, as the commission, to accept the neighborhood's nomination and add your own recommendation before this goes to the mayor for final approval. Michelle?
Sure. I would like to, of course, just add that Samantha Taylor did serve on the steering committee with a number of residents alongside myself to help restructure and reorganize the neighborhood to better support us being a local historic district and to move forward into our future as McCrory Heights, a local historic district neighborhood. So I fully support her participation or her nomination, and the neighborhood did vote for her to be, to serve in this role. So I support it.
I think that that's one of the major feathers in Ms. Taylor's cap is that the neighborhood, and I don't know how many of you were paying attention when we were going through the process of designating that neighborhood, but they came out in full force. So I'm really excited. I think that they are going to be a very active part of our local historic districts. And for the fact that they all came together to nominate Ms. Taylor, I definitely think that that speaks volumes and that it would be wise for us to support that. Okay, so now I guess, Christy, correct me if I'm wrong, we need to affirm that Samantha Taylor, if we agree, is a potential commissioner that we would like to have go before the mayor and city council.
Yes.
And we do that in a motion.
We need a vote and a motion. Mhm.
Okay, all right, so who wants to take this motion? I'm not afraid to call names.
I will.
Thank you, Commissioner Hawkins.
I move to accept Samantha Taylor as the resident owner nomination for McCrory Heights HDC Commissioner.
All right, perfect. Motion made by Commissioner Hawkins, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Whitlock. Thank you so much. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat.
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock.
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to send forth Samantha Taylor to the mayor and city council is approved 6-0.
Great, thank you. And neglected to mention, she's also a realtor. So that, as Kim knows, that's such an
Yes.
important role to have on the board.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, so we said goodbye to Jessica Hinman, who graciously extended her time serving the commission past the end of her term, which was June 2023, because we had not yet found a replacement for a Dilworth business owner. And thank you, she's not here today, but thank you to Jill Walker. Jill Walker actively recruited Brett Taylor to submit an application to be the Dilworth business owner. He is a local contractor. He lives in Dilworth, and I think he would be a great asset to the commission. You know, a couple years ago, we were at a loss because we had no contractors, and now maybe we might have 3. So anyway, he is before you. He is the only applicant we have, and we've been looking for applicants since last March or April. So it's before the commission to either recommend or not recommend Mr. Taylor to city council for appointment.
All right, and I just want to say again, for the two who are not here, former Commissioner Heineman served from June through December, extended her time with us just so that we could be in a place where we had what we needed. And now we have potential Commissioner Brett Taylor as a nominee here, sought after, or recruited rather, by Commissioner Walker. I challenged Commissioner Walker to, as an active member of the Dilworth community, get us someone who would be a great asset to the commission. And I strongly believe she has done that. And as a result, I think that Commissioner Taylor, potential Commissioner Taylor, it would be nice to have 2 Commissioner Taylors, right? So that will make things interesting. So yet another reason to send forth Brett Taylor as a potential commissioner to the mayor and city council. So if we are in agreement, then we could use a motion on this one. Who wants to make it? Commissioner Lineberger, thank you.
I make a motion to approve the nomination of Brett Taylor for the Dilworth business representative.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Lineberger. Motion made by Commissioner Lineberger, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Wheat. All right, any discussion of the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat.
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock.
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to send forth Brett Taylor as a potential commissioner to the city council, mayor and city council, passes 6-0. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And our last item is we have a workshop for the Wilmore School. Like to come forward? We had heard a workshop from this, I believe, last April. So they took your recommendations and they're back for round 2 for high-level, non-binding feedback from the commission. And just reminding everybody that no application has been submitted. This is just to the benefit of the applicants to help them move more quickly and smoothly through the HDC process. So with that, Kim, I'm turning it back over to you.
Okay, perfect. So thank you so much for taking time to come before the commission, just so that you're better prepared when it's time to present your application. We want to make sure, for the sake of time, we want to start on time with the actual session at 1 o'clock. So if you will, please present and keep your comments to the standards. Okay?
Thank you very much. I'm Tarleton Long. I'm principal with Avery Hall, the development partner. And we're working with this, with the Scarborough family, who are operators of Carolina Food, which is just down the street, and they've been in the neighborhood for 80 years. So I do have a refresher in here from when we last met in April. I know it's been a long time, but I think we can kind of cruise through that pretty quickly because it sounds like people are up to speed. But if you want to pause at the next slide. Just high level to reiterate, we remain fully committed to preserving the Wilmore School, which is a zone highlighted in red through an adaptive reuse. And then on the balance of the site that's currently a large surface parking lot, we'd be doing a new development. In the meeting last time, we've talked a lot about height, bulk, and massing. And if you skip ahead to this section, I think it illustrates the best. And there was discussion about how we're concentrating most of the density and the height in the center of the site, which is not necessarily visible from either street frontage because the site is so large, and then stepping the massing down to more sensitive frontages along Kingston Street all the way down to 3 stories. The general feedback was that our approach to height and massing was in line with neighborhood precedents and kind of a reasonable approach. But there was a lot of feedback that our initial approach to setbacks weren't quite contextual to the neighborhood, and we need to consider precedents with setbacks just as we had with height. So today, we're kind of dusting off the feedback and the site plan to kind of dive into some changes we've made since the last meeting. So looking at neighborhood context in terms of setbacks, this is the north side of the site here, the corner of Kingston and Mint. There's a lot of variety in the neighborhood with setbacks. I think it's part of what makes Wilmore so interesting. There's ranges from 55 feet on Kingston to as little as 12 feet at the Poston Provisions, just a block away, or 23 feet on the side street. There's a big range in the neighborhood. And if you look on the south side of the site, it's the same story there. There's a range of setbacks along West Boulevard from as little as 14 feet up to the mid 40s, and the same story on the side streets there. What I find most interesting about Wilmore is this mix of kind of urban and suburban conditions. I think it's part of what makes the neighborhood so dynamic. So here's pictures of these various conditions where, again, very urban setbacks in some corners, and then other places more of a typical suburban setback. So we're making the case here that yes, we need to be more sensitive to certain frontages in terms of setback, but also there could be a solution where there's a mix of urban conditions along with more kind of a suburban style setback. You go to the next slide. So here's kind of some specific adjustments we've made to the plan since last time. Starting in the northeast corner, we've kind of pushed that part of the building further back to about a 45-foot setback from the curb so that it more closely aligns the frontages of the adjacent houses along Kingston Street. And then as we move along Kingston and closer to the corner of Mint and Kingston, where the house across the street is about 30 feet and the house across Mint is also ranging from 30 to 25 feet, we go to a little bit more urban setback there with a 30-foot setback. We're maintaining the strategy along this frontage where the majority of the frontage is starting at a 3-floor massing and then stepping back to a 4th-floor massing behind that. As you turn the corner on Mint, just because of the geometry of the street being a curve and having a rectilinear building, the setbacks really vary here from each point. But in general, it's more generous along Mint, with setbacks ranging from about 30 feet to nearly 50 feet as you go down Mint. On West Boulevard, some feedback we got last time was that we were a little bit too urban of a setback along West Boulevard, not only kind of in a general sense, but also because there is an emphasis on allowing for the school to have a lot of kind of visible frontage. So we set back the majority of the massing to 40 feet, and then kept an idea where just for the retail portion, which would only be 1 story on the hard corner, we keep that a little bit more urban with an urban setback there. And again, the idea is that that 40 feet would more closely align with the existing houses further east on West Boulevard. Last time we also talked a little bit about what this building, the new building, might look like. I think we're most inspired by the school on the site. I think there's some beautiful architects there that is worth kind of referencing in the new construction. And it's also, since we share the site, that kind of follows, makes the most sense to us. At the same time, we think there should be nods to the vernacular craftsman style housing nearby, particularly the change in materials from a base condition to an upper floor. So we initially shared a sketch last time. Next slide. with this idea kind of roughly hashed out, this is the frontage just along Kingston Street with a 3-story base and then a setback to a 4th floor behind it, and then developed it a little further, taking into account the modifications on the setbacks. So this is a typical kind of portion of Kingston Street where the building is set back 30 feet. And we're illustrating here in section how there's an existing 15-foot planter strip, 6-foot sidewalk, and then another 9-foot yard in front of that. All of the units along the Kingston frontage would have direct entries and exits to the street to kind of reinforce the kind of neighborhood engagement in the residential field. And then the architecture of the first 3 floors relates very much to the school with oversized divided light windows and brick masonry, and an entry that is a nod to kind of the stone portal entry that's at the front door of the Wilmore School. And then the 4th floor sets back with a change in material to more traditional lap siding, kind of like craftsman style houses in the neighborhood have similar architectural moves. And then finally, we did officially file our rezoning to MUD optional. So that is now in the system, and we look forward to continuing to work with HDC on this project.
All right, thank you so much. Please remind me of your name.
Tarleton Long,
Charlton?
Tarleton with a T.
Yeah, Tarleton. Okay. Thank you so much. I remember seeing the first application for the workshop, and you took a lot of the comments that we had. So thank you so much for doing that. Question, your 3-floor massing, how tall is that? 3 and the 4-floor massing?
If you go up to the next slide 40, so the base would be roughly to the parapet about 35 feet. The exact amount kind of depends on working out grades and that sort of thing, but roughly about 35 feet.
Okay, and 4 in the 4th floor?
And another 10 to 11 feet, so about 45 feet.
Okay.
on that.
How does that relate to just the school? Like, what's the height of the school?
So on this side, the school, the cross section through the site, there's a big hill, and basically the school is sitting on top of the hill. So the parapet of the school from Kingston, I don't know exactly, but might be somewhere around 40 feet because there's so much of a grade. I'd have to check. But then on West Boulevard, it's closer to, it's just 2 stories and each floor is about 13 feet, plus the parapet is maybe about 30 feet on the West Boulevard side.
So, and the neighboring houses, how do they compare in terms of height?
So, in the houses directly next door, there's one in particular, 2 doors down on the right, on Kingston. That is also up on the Kingston side. That is also up on the hill. So when measured from the curb, and this was part of the kind of arguments we made in the first presentation, that because of the grade in Wilmore, there's a lot of houses and like the church, for example, are up on grade, and the prominence above the curb are often exceeding 55 feet. So we're kind of making the same argument here that yes, most of the houses are 2 or maybe 3 stories. There's the church that's 4 stories. There's other buildings that are taller. But when measured as height from above adjacent curb, because we're building into the hill, our Kingston frontage does not exceed that 55-foot precedence.
Okay, perfect. So, our standards say that we're supposed to compare essentially apples to apples. So this is a commercial building, so we would compare it to more to the school. But we also want to make sure that it is not destroying the context of the streetscape shared by the neighboring homes. So I think that your use of stepping back is really important. I think that there are a number of things that we can look at because it's a holistic approach that we take, right? So we're looking at a combination of setbacks, height, material use. So I think so far, just looking at it, your heavier material, of course, is on the first 3 floors, and then you step back with a lighter material. And so I think that helps. I would say that as one commissioner, I don't want to see a new building overwhelming the building that you're paying homage to, the historic building, the school there. So the fact that the school, I think you said, is 40 feet along Kingston, 30 feet along West Boulevard. You know, I'll be, as one commissioner, looking at how the new building works in context with the old building. So that's something to keep in mind. The articulation that you have in the building, and quite frankly, even just looking at the renderings that you have where the setbacks are all, you know, it's varied to be sensitive to the neighboring properties. I applaud you in that. Thank you so much for that. Again, if we can get the height down a little more, especially with the heavier material, so that it's not overwhelming the school, that is one of the things that, as just one commissioner, I will be looking at. So now we're going to just go around and see what other commissioners have to say about this and feedback that they have to give to help. Okay, Commissioner Lineberger.
Yeah, I had a question about the proposed setbacks. I see, you know, your range there, but how about those tight corners, like the corner of Mint and Kingston? Right there looks really tight, as well as, yes, thank you, Christy.
Right. so
Do you
what I'm-
know what those are relative to Mint Street especially?
Yeah, I think they get within, certainly within the MUD minimum or minimum setbacks. But if you take just the point there, the nearest point, you know, it's certainly under 30, but over 25, somewhere in that range. I don't know the exact dimension. But the idea there is that because of the building stepping, not only does it break up the long massing of that frontage, because that's the kind of longest length of the building, but it creates pockets of relief on the setback front as well.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I appreciate the, you know, the range and the step back. It's definitely going to need it with that kind of massing, I think, that you have. I just think that's something to pay attention to, because that gets pretty close for me for that height, the combination of the proximity to Mint and the height.
Understood. And then the strategy with the retail, just to give it a little bit of prominence on the street front, is to have just that one floor of retail be a little bit more urban, and then the bulk of the building set back from that.
Any other questions, Commissioner Lineberger, or comments? Okay, Commissioner Bell.
I don't have anything to add at this time.
Okay, Commissioner Hawkins.
Nothing new, but yeah, I think looking at those, the setback, looking at our standards as it relates to commercial buildings, and setback, making sure that we're adhering there. And then to the point that Commissioner Parati made earlier, having a building that you're honoring, but gets swallowed by new construction is, I don't think it's intentional. I don't think you're trying to intentionally do that, but that could be something that ends up the end product of this. So just making sure that we're looking at the height. So looking at the setback and height standards for commercial buildings and adapting to those, I think is the direction that I would say take.
Okay. Commissioner Wheat.
Nothing new to add, but I'll just sort of second and third in the paying homage to that original school.
Okay, Commissioner Whitlock.
I have nothing to add.
Okay. All right, and I'm sure you've been doing this already, but working closely with staff is always helpful because we've been through this before. This is such an exciting project. So glad that you're bringing new life to that space. And again, the best way for me to end this is to say, well, Beyonce is coming to town and everyone wants to spend so much money on her tickets. So let's just say that Wilmore, the school, is Beyonce. And that everything that you're doing around it is Destiny's Child, okay? Those are the children. So let's make sure that in whatever way possible, we still allow Beyonce to shine.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time today.
Great analogy, Kim. Would you like to we can close the public hearing.
Sure. So we will close the public hearing before we do. Again, if you have any kind of any comments about any of the changes made to Chapter 2 or Chapter 3 of our design standards, or if you want to read up on what you want to read it, please go to the Charlotte Historic District website and reach out to staff. Again, Christy, when did we vote on it? March
8th.
8th.
We have a
Okay.
whole month to
You have a whole month.
take comment.
So we will now close the public part
We need a
of
vote.
our session. And unless we do we need a couple of minutes just to, yeah.
We need a vote to close the public hearing.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yep.
That's why it's great that we have our attorney here. He keeps us honest. So if we could, since we are now closing, we need to close, if we could have Commissioner Lineberger, you issue a motion to close.
I make a motion to close the public hearing.
All right? Thank you, Commissioner Lineberger. Motion made by Commissioner Lineberger, seconded by
Second.
I second.
Commissioner Hawkins. All right, any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Bell.
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat.
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock.
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to close the public hearing passes 6-0. Why don't we give ourselves, if we could, Christy, 5 minutes
Okay.
to transition, and then we will be back. Let's see, the time right now is 1:03. Let's be back at 1:08.
Okay.
Okay.
Before we disperse, I have
Sure.
one more announcement that I forgot.
Mhm.
March 2nd, HDC retreat, CH 14, 9 a.m. to noon.
Okay,
And I'll send a calendar invite.
thank you so much.
Yep. SHPO will be here to talk about alternative materials.
Very exciting. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank
All
you.
right. So 1:08. All right. Welcome back. The Charlotte Historic District Commission welcomes you to the February 8th meeting. I am Kim Parati, chairperson, and I call this meeting to order at 1:09 p.m. Also sitting on today's commission are Noel Bell, Michelle Hawkins, Krista Lineberger, Sarah Wheat, and Scott Whitlock. We'll have Chris Barth joining us later. And all of the commissioners are present in the meeting room. Also present are HDC staff Christy Harps, Candace Leidy, Jenny Schugert, Cindy Kohenig, and Linda Keish, as well as our attorney, Jill Sanchez-Myers, Nicole Hewitt, our assistant city attorney, and Candy Thomas, our court reporter. I'd like to start by acknowledging that the commission has resumed in-person meetings. However, as a continuing health and safety precaution, the commission is permitting applicants and members of the public to participate using a remote online platform if they choose. Due to the hybrid format, I ask for your patience today as we proceed. There may be slight delays as we transition between speakers, participants, and presentations. Participants in today's evidentiary hearings were required to provide a copy of any presentation, document, exhibit, or other material that they wish to submit during the evidentiary hearing prior to today's meeting. All such materials, as well as a copy of city staff's presentations and documents, were posted online prior to this meeting and may be viewed by visiting the HDC webpage. For everyone participating remotely in today's meeting, we ask that the following guidelines be observed. Please make sure you are on camera using a video source during any testimony. Please mute your audio when you are not speaking. Use only one source of audio, computer or phone. Please do not put your phone on hold. Make sure you are in a quiet area. Please turn off or silence electronic devices and do not speak over the person talking or you'll be asked to leave the meeting. Please use the raise your hand tool and please do not speak unless recognized by the chair or by staff. Because the commission is a quasi-judicial body, any speaker for or against an application must be sworn in. Any individual wishing to speak for or against an application was asked to sign up and provide any additional evidence in advance of the meeting. During the hearing, I will further open the floor to anyone who has joined the meeting today by telephone. When it is your turn to speak, please begin by stating your name and address. The review of each application consists of the presentation of the application and deliberation. The application is presented by the HDC staff. The applicant presents their testimony for the application. Other parties wishing to speak for or against will be given reasonable time to present factual sworn testimony based on the HDC design standards. The HDC may question the applicant and HDC staff members. HDC staff and the applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal and final comments. The HDC will close the hearing for discussion and deliberation. During discussion and deliberation, only the commission and staff may speak. An HDC member may request the hearing to be open for further questioning. The HDC will craft a motion for approval, continuation, or denial. The majority vote of the commission present is required for a decision to be reached. A final vote by the HDC will end the hearing. If you'll be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Please be mindful, we have a court reporter present who is responsible for making an accurate and complete record of these proceedings. The reporter must be able to hear and understand. Everyone present must state their names and addresses before they speak. Speak clearly, loudly, and one at a time. The reporter will interrupt only when absolutely necessary to get clarification on what was just said or to alert speakers they are having difficulty hearing or understanding. Are there any questions? Let the fun begin.
Okay, I have one announcement, and that is due to attorney availability. application item number 1, 1913 Cleveland Avenue, will not be heard until around 3 o'clock. So we'll keep everyone posted on that. And again, we'll just adapt to when the attorney is available. So we're going to start today with number 2, 258 West Park. And I believe Jeff and Catherine are in the room. Come on up. And y'all were just sworn in? Yes. Okay, perfect. Okay, while they're getting settled. You can tell me where you'd like to point out and I'll help you. Okay, the application is 258 West Park Avenue. This is for the demolition of an existing dilapidated accessory structure and the construction of a new accessory structure with a very similar configuration, footprint, and height as the old structure. The old structure is a little unusual in that it's a 3-bay structure. And so while staff could have approved the removal of the structure based on the photos and the dilapidation, it's here before the commission because it is part of the applicant's facts that they're presenting for the new structure. I also want to point out that there are some agenda supplement items. One item is a streetscape that is not fuzzy. So the other one was fuzzy. So when you zoom in, this new streetscape shows some heights on both ends and it's readable. So thank you to the applicants for that. And the applicants have also provided new information in the form of window details and door details. And then staff pulled some Sanborn map information from 1953 that is also included in the agenda supplement. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the applicants. Catherine, Jeff, if you would turn on the mic, if it's green when it's on, and if you would speak clearly into the mic and loudly enough for the court reporter and everyone to hear, start with your name and your address.
Catherine Johnson, 258 West Park Avenue.
And I'm Jeff Haskell, 2341 Laburnum Avenue, Charlotte.
There you go.
Thanks, Christy. And I want to thank Christy.
Yes. Okay.
I don't know.
Martin, are you with us on WebEx? Catherine says you're here. Are you? Has he called in on the phone?
It's okay. We can.
Okay,
keep going.
let's keep going. All right.
Yeah, Martin couldn't be here, so thank you for trying to accommodate him. And I want to thank you, Christy, for all your help in helping us prepare for this. I think what we are asking is fairly straightforward. Martin and Catherine have lived in the house for about 2 years and sort of inherited a accessory structure, garage / storage building that's in very rough condition. And so today we're asking to demolish that structure and replace it with something very similar. Christy, if you'll go to like page 3, I just want to point out. I think it's still page 3. Let's see here. Yeah, the map, the next one up. Yep.
Okay, page 3. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so just for orientation purposes, upper right corner is a picture of the front of the house. We're not proposing any changes to the house. And then down below is a map. Southwood Avenue is the side street. And West Park is in front. The house is down below. And the structure we're talking about is up there, the L-shaped structure. And if you'll go to page 53, sorry, I'm going to jump around a little bit here for a minute. Perfect. So this is, I think, our best shot of kind of the front of the structure looking from Southwood. As you can tell, it's a concrete block structure. It has a lot of problems, and we'll kind of get into the details on this. We have a lot of pictures, both pictures that Catherine and Martin took, as well as a inspection report, which you see here. And I think we'll start with the pictures that Catherine Martin took, which should be page 5. And like I said, we have a lot of images, so we'll try to kind of breeze through these, but I don't know if the garage was built first and then the structure on the left was built later, but obviously we have a terrible roof collision here that's collecting water. You can see the damage to the garage door, the walk-through door. We can keep going, Christy. Water damage resulting from that valley, typical window on the right. Next, this is the walk-through door, lots of rot there. Rot on the garage door, no overhang on the left side. You can see some growth on it. And again, these are things that were here when Catherine and Martin purchased the house. Very overgrown. You see on the right there, a bunch of privet is kind of growing into the structure on the neighbor side. That's another shot of it. We'll get into it a little bit more later. There's a few trees in particular there on the right that are actually growing into the structure. There are cracks in the masonry throughout. Okay, yeah, thanks, Christy. So this is the biggest of the trees. All these are volunteers, primarily privet. This is a 24-inch hackberry tree, and it's really right into the structure. We've got some shots later on where you can kind of see the top of it and how it impedes on the roof structure. Yeah, there's one on the right. And the privet, obviously as easy, I think, can go, but the hackberry, we're proposing 2 replacement trees to make up for taking that out. This is a nice one here on the left. It looks like the roofer just sort of flashed right up against a tree, which is clever. On the right, you see some electrical. There's just a lot of portions of this that are really unfinished. Here you see where boards have been replaced. There's still a number that need to be replaced. On the left is the garage door, which is cutting into some of the rafters, so that's a structural issue. Additional shots of the roof. Here's some water damage on the left. On the right, some cracking in the blocks filled in with some insulation. More problems with the roof and the walls, additional water leakage. More cracks in the block. The inspector pointed out a lot of the headers are insufficient. We'll look at that in his report. More rotting in the roof. The electrical is not to code and not really functional. There's a chimney that's been plugged up and runs up through the wall. And this is sort of the house facing side. You can see there on the right with a little overhang water line there. I don't think that's functional either. And then Christy, if we can jump to the inspector's report again, page 53. I don't want to take too much time on this, but I want to hopefully drive home the fact that the structure is in rough shape.
Interrupt. Are we good? Do you agree that the structure's in rough shape?
We agree. We can move on.
Okay.
Oh, fabulous. Thank you.
Okay.
You've
Thank you.
provided a lot of great evidence. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks.
In that case, Christy, let's go to page 26 with the context. I'm sorry, these must have shuffled. Page 5 through 26 is what I meant to say. So page 5, please.
I think it's
27.
20. I think
You're right. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. 27 through
Thank you. So this,
40. Okay.
yeah. This is a shot looking across Southwood from where our garage sits. This is a 3-car garage, 300 West Park. And we're just going to run through a few examples here of what's around us. Again, across the street at 300 West Park. That structure is similar in size to what ours is. This is the alley kind of behind our house. You can kind of see the structure there. And then we've got some shots of other garage / accessory structures in the neighborhood. There are a number of them in Wilmore. And then some houses that are very close by. Yeah, we can just scroll through these. We'll have, I think, a little better look at this with the streetscape in a minute. And then, thank you, Christy. This is the survey. You can see the structure in question. One of the other issues with this structure is it is over the setback lines. The 3 feet is to the wall, not the overhang at the top of the page. The 8.6 feet should be 10 feet to the overhang. And then we can kind of move on to the existing and new plans. So on the left is the existing floor plan, and on the right is what we're proposing. We have gone to great efforts to try to replicate what is there in terms of the footprint of the structure. However, we are pulling it in to comply with the setbacks. On the right side, you can see sort of a dotted line that surrounds our structure. That is the existing structure that would be demolished. So we've shifted a little bit. We're actually slightly smaller. So our permeable area calcs, we get a little bit better. We have a little bit less impermeable area because we have a little bit less square footage. So existing has a 2-car garage facing Southwood. We're proposing 2-car garage in the same location facing Southwood. Existing has, I guess, storage rooms, sort of unusable rooms, and we are sort of replicating that size and square footage with some living space in our accessory structure. I think that's good for that one. Here are some elevations of the existing structure. We can go to the next one, Christy.
I'm going to skip over to the supplement since this is the fuzzy survey.
Can we go to the new elevations? I don't know if
Here's the survey.
Okay, well, we can do this. We can do the survey first too. So you see here on the right is the house. The house is almost 20 feet in the front, about 18 feet, 4 inches in the back. The structure we're proposing is 13 feet, 8 inches, house facing side, and about the same, 13, 8.5 in the back. So we are less tall than the house. The current structure that would be demolished, I think, is 12 feet, if I'm remembering correctly, 12 feet and some change. So we're a touch taller. A lot of that's because our roof is going to shed the water and not have it collect in the middle of the roof.
Will you say that again, please? And if you'll take your mic and speak. Yeah.
Yeah, our structure is maybe a foot taller than what is there now. And a lot of that is because our roof is going to shed water and not have a valley in the middle that catches the water. We're sort of replicating the house. Well, we can maybe look at the elevations, Christy. And another thing about the existing structure is it's not a great looking structure. It's block. It doesn't really relate to the house in any way. And what we're doing is trying to replicate the look of the house with what we're proposing. We can go to the new elevations. So we'll see details in a minute, but we're going to use the same siding. We've got some doors and windows, window trim, things like that really match the house. The slope of the roof matches the house. The house has a combination of hip roofs and gable roofs, and so do we. So we think this is a much more attractive alternative to what is there now. Anything else, Catherine, on the existing? We've got some details we can look at here in a second. Here's some pictures of the front of the house and the door. In the upper right, you can see 1/2 inch by 6 inch exposure, painted wood slab siding, double hung windows, painted wood trim, painted wood fascia and soffit. All of our details would match the house, the overhang dimension as well. Some additional pictures. Yeah, we can keep going. And then this is just a blow up of the windows with the trim matching the house, all wood, painted, similar to what we just saw in the pictures. And then the doors, the walk-through door, the garage door. We're not matching the front door of the house exactly because I feel like this is a better fit for the style of house, both with the garage door and the walk-through door. I think the garage door that's on the current structures was probably a replacement. It's not historic looking in any way.
Aluminum.
It's aluminum, yeah. So we're proposing a wood garage door as well as wood walk-through doors. What else? Is there anything else? Is that all of our slides, Christy?
Yep. Yep.
I think that's all we have. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Christy, do we have anyone on the line wishing to speak for or against this application?
We have 2 unknown callers. Hello, if you've called into the Historic District Commission meeting, would you please identify yourself? We are talking about 258 West Park. And all I need to know is if you would like to speak on this application. Callers, going once? Going twice? I'm taking that as a no, Kim. Back
All
to
right,
you.
perfect. Okay, so questions. How tall is the main house, the primary?
The primary residence in the front, measured from the front yard, were 1911 and a quarter. In the backyard, 18.3 3/4, just because the slope of the yard.
Okay. And the eaves, the side yard from the eaves of your accessory building, how far is that?
Side yard meaning on the neighbor side or the Southwood side?
On the neighbor side, so to the edge of your property,
May I interject?
please.
He did submit a revised site plan, but
Okay.
because it was a completely new site plan, we couldn't accept it. You know, revised plans can't be accepted.
Mhm.
But I have been working with Jeff. He's been wonderful to work with.
Okay.
Him and Lisa McCarter to get the setbacks right. So I think, that was a staff note, but I
Yep.
think we will be able to get it where we need it.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
So do you also have the rear yard impermeability from historic?
I also,
Yeah, can I chime in on those setbacks?
Sure.
We have been working through this with Lisa. And we've had some conversations with her since we talked, Christy, and she seems to feel that the 3 feet to the overhang is, for an accessory structure, is the correct dimension on the neighbor side and in the rear, and 10 feet to the overhang on the street side on Southwood. And I didn't have time to copy you on some of those conversations, but we can work through that.
I'm confident we can work through setbacks.
Okay.
Thank you.
And so the rear yard calculations, did I miss them?
Yeah, I didn't have those in the initial application. We've since done those. It's currently 34% impermeable, and it'll be 33% impermeable after we're done.
Okay. All right. And you said that the garage door will be wood with the 2 doors?
Yes.
Yes, okay. All right. And of course, we have here a note that I think you all saw too, that the Craftsman entry doors should not have dental molding trim. You don't have a problem getting rid of that, right?
That was removed on
Okay.
his drawing. but
Okay,
Yes.
all right, thank you. And so you're getting rid of the hackberry that wanted to take over. So what kind of tree are you replacing it with and where?
Yeah, we
Sorry
didn't
if I
have the
missed
site
that.
plan done for the initial submittal. We've since done one. And what we're proposing on that site plan is to kind of have a sugar maple kind of in that upper left corner, 2 to 3 inch caliper, and then kind of down here, 2 to 3 inch caliper.
Okay, so you're replacing it with two trees, two canopy
Yes,
trees?
yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Do we have other questions? Commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Lineberger.
I just wanted to ask about the window. We got the door and window detail. In the supplement, will that have a sill detail versus an picture
Yeah,
frame?
you know, the existing windows are a little strange. They're not done the way you typically see historic windows. They don't have a sill so much as just a 1x4 surrounding the entire window. They also don't really have a thick, like a 4-inch center mullion. We did include the center mullion on ours, but we did not include the sill. And we're happy to do it either way, whichever you guys would advise.
Krista, I'm glad to look and do some research. This house used to be covered up with asbestos, so I'm wondering if maybe somewhere with removing the asbestos, previous property owners, the sill may have been lost. So I'm glad to do a little research if you like that, or if you guys are okay with matching the main house. Either way, that can come to staff, whatever you decide.
All right,
Thank you,
perfect.
Christy.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Lineberger. Any other questions, commissioners? Commissioner Wheat? Yep, Commissioner Whitlock? Okay, Commissioner Hawkins, Commissioner Bell? Okay, well, why don't we close for deliberation? Commissioner Whitlock, why don't you lead us in some thoughts?
It was a good, thorough presentation, and it looks like you've addressed all the things that I would have had questions about in this application. And I truly don't have any further questions at this point.
Thank you, Commissioner Whitlock. I agree with you. It looks like the applicants have addressed everything that they've been asked to address. Is there anything that anyone has to add that has not already so eloquently been stated by Commissioner Whitlock? Commissioner Whitlock, do you mind doing a motion for us?
I move to approve the application because it's not incongruent with our guidelines. Let's see. To the.
If you're looking for standards for accessory buildings,
that's
it's 8.10.
Yeah, per guidelines for accessory buildings, 8.10. And I just want to get to the staff notes.
Secretary of Interior Standards 2.5.
And the Secretary of Interior Standards 2.5. And I think there was going to be some staff approval items related to setbacks and related to the window trim, exterior. If I don't know if we're going to include that in this as a.
I think so, yeah. Yeah.
And there would need to be, I guess, a confirmation on the new trees to be included in to replace the missing tree.
Would you like a standard for that, Commissioner Whitlock?
Yeah, let's see.
8.5, number 2.
8.5, number 2. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Great job, Commissioner Whitlock. Motion made by Commissioner Whitlock, second, yes. Chrissy.
Just for point of discussion, there may be consideration to comment on the size of the structure,
Mhm.
that the size and configuration is a little unusual on a corner lot,
Mhm.
and that maybe consideration is being made because they're replacing an existing historic structure with a similar footprint and height. But that's up to the commission. The only reason I point that out is because the house across the street that was pointed out at the beginning, they used this structure as justification for why they could have a 3-car garage, because that was an unusual feature of the neighborhood.
So,
And I just put that forth for consideration. It is up to you how you handle that.
so what they've proposed is a foot higher than what was once there. Is there a challenge that you all have with that? No? So why don't we say, then add to the motion, Commissioner Whitlock, that we are allowing the size of the structure due to, I'm not quite sure how to put it, what preceded it, the structure that preceded it. The comparability. I don't even know if that's a word, but how comparable it was to the structure that preceded it.
Be the historic structure that
Mhm.
preceded it.
Mm-hmm.
So the size of the new building is being approved based on the size of the historic structure that's being replaced.
That it's replacing, yes. And then we can keep with SHPO's 2.5, state is the interior standards 2.5 for that. Thank you, Christy. Okay. All right, so motion made by Commissioner Whitlock, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Wheat. Any further discussion of the motion? Okay. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat.
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to approve passes 6-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next application is 1529 Thomas Avenue. Angie Lauer, are you with us?
I'm here.
Hi, Angie. Were you sworn in?
I said yes, but y'all didn't hear me.
That's okay. We'll take your word for it. Thank you.
Okay.
This next application is 1529 Thomas Avenue. This is an after-the-fact application for a driveway. The applicant installed an asphalt driveway in the front yard to replace a gravel drive, and asphalt is not an allowed material per the design standards. And the applicant is now seeking to come into compliance with the design standards by applying a new material called latexite that the commission has not seen before. And the specifications of this material are on slides 8 and 9. And then the driveway is shown on slides 6 and 7. But I believe there are also a couple of options presented, so I will let Angie walk you through those. Angie, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter. And before you do that, I just remind the commission that even though the project's been done, review the project on its merits as if the work hasn't taken place according to the design standards. Angie, over to you.
Okay, thank you. Before I do that, the owner is joining in now as well. He thought we were going to be a little bit later in the meeting. So Trent Tonsmeyer is joining in. He'll be calling in if I'm not mistaken. So my name is Angie Lauer, ALB Design, 901 Berry Hill Road, Suite B1, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28208. And Trent, I see, is signed on, and I'm sure he'll just chime in as needed. But I wanted to, I know this is an after the fact application, and Trent has been a client of mine on another project and called me in on this. So just a little background on this project. So Trent, who is the owner of the property, had done his homework. He did his research, and in probably the fall, September, October of 2021, he commissioned a driveway person to come and look at his driveway. And they decided, since there were other homes in the neighborhood, that asphalt would have been the most appropriate material, because in the guidelines of the 2021, the 2017 to 21, as you know, section 8.2, number 7, it did not include the word driveway. It said that asphalt was not allowed for sidewalks and aprons. So he felt like this was an appropriate material. Now, he commissioned the contract in late fall of 21. The driveway was installed in January of 22, and then got a notice of violation in June, the last of June of 22, engaged me, and we submitted immediately an application to the commission in July of 2022. We did some homework, and if you could see on slide 5, and I know that now, after the fact, that these were not approved driveways, but you can see the location of the subject property with 5 or 6 surrounding in the neighborhood, if you will, within a stone throw away, other homes that have asphalt. And I understand the second image on this slide, number 5, does not apply because it is commercial. But we did use these as an example. So there are on Thomas Avenue, on the plaza, there's asphalt. And so it felt like it would not be a problem. Now, not realizing that an application for the pavement had to be included because it was not excluded from the 2021 guidelines. Fast forward, 2022, we get the notice of violation, and we immediately come up with options. So we understand that as a current application, asphalt for driveways is not an acceptable material. Please go to slide 6, Christy. So slide 6 shows options that we would consider. We also had a conversation with staff, and as one option was to possibly put in a gate so that you couldn't see into the rear yard. So our first option is the latex site material, which is used in a non-commercial way, but it is used for tennis courts, takes a lot of abuse, it's for driveways. This is what is intended for. It does change the color and the surface and the temperature of the materials. You could read in the specifications. And it is an application applied to an asphalt composed driveway. So slide 1 is our first resolution we'll just seal the whole thing with latex site. Option 2 on slide 6 is, well, we can just seal up to the rear thermal wall of the property and then put in a gate and leave the asphalt to the rear. Slide number 7. And we're presenting you with options because we understand that the guidelines are the guidelines. Slide number 7, the option was to rip out the front section from the back of sidewalk to the front thermal wall of the property with concrete, and then resurface the back. And then the third and fourth option was to create carriage strips and still use the latex like material to change the look of the product. And I think slide 7 is the slide 8, excuse me. Slide 8 is the manufacturer's recommendation specifications for this product. We did a lot of research. We watched a lot of the install videos, read reviews, and this is a product that is used for driveways. It is intended for driveways. So slide 9 gives you if you would go to slide 9, Christy. Thank you. So slide 9 shows you the before and after, and proper maintenance of this product is before with an asphalt driveway, which we understand is not acceptable, and then applying 2 coats of the latex site to change the appearance of the drive. So with that, I'm going to let Trent speak. I mean, I believe he's online right now. I don't think he's been sworn in. So Trent, if you do have something to add.
Right, Trent, let's get you sworn in.
Let's see if he's here. Trent, are you with us?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead, Kim.
Okay, if you will, please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. And if you will, please turn on your camera.
Absolutely. Excuse the background. It's a little messy here.
Hey, we're not judging.
Thank you. Just make sure I'm doing this correctly. There we go. Is that it? Perfect.
Yep, perfect.
Yeah. First, I just want to start off and I really just want to apologize. Obviously, if we knew that we had to get prior approval, we would have. We have done probably 7 or 8 historic projects, and we just did not realize that this sort of fell into the purview after what we realized. It just wasn't something we intended to do, did not come on our radar, and just the happenstance of getting quotes in the fall and having the work done in the winter in February. It just didn't. It is not something that we. It just didn't. If I thought this was something we had to have to go through you guys, obviously I've reached out to Angie. We've worked with Angie a lot, and I just did not realize that this is something that we had to run through y'all's commission. So again, first I wanted to just apologize for even having to go through this, because I just didn't realize I've got 5 or 6 historic properties that I've done a lot of historical projects, and just didn't think this was something we had to go through with you guys based on what I had read on the site. But anyway, just want to first apologize, and we would like to be able to hopefully get this resolved in the easiest and cost effective way as possible, and hopefully get back in compliance.
And I do want to add one thing. While we know that this is an after the fact and it is considered of today, but this project unfortunately fell in the cusp of some text change where the word driveway was added to the guidelines. So I just, we're coming to you with 4 options, if you'll consider one of the 4.
Okay, thank you, Angie. Christy, is there anyone on the line wishing to speak for or against this?
We have 2 callers.
Okay.
I'm thinking they're the same.
Okay.
Callers, are you calling in? Can you identify yourselves and just tell us what you're calling in for, and then we won't have to keep asking? That would be really helpful.
Hi, my name is Kira Jones, And I'm actually
Kira.
not calling in.
Hi, Kira.
I'm not calling in for this item.
Okay,
I'm just
thanks,
on standby
Kira.
for the next
We'll
meeting.
note that.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. And I think there's a caller number 3, maybe? Doug, is that you? Okay. I don't know who number 3 is, but
Okay,
we'll talk to Kira here in a little bit.
okay, perfect. All right.
To you, just a point of clarity,
Uh-huh.
we've never approved asphalt. And so I think it was through the history of the commission and precedent that the commission has set, asphalt's not approved for residential. And it was not a change, it was just a point of clarification for the design standards
Yes.
when they switched over from the 2011 standards to the 2017. So just putting that out there. Thanks.
And just to piggyback on that, let someone else's, Trent's experience be a lesson for everyone, a teachable moment, that if you are changing anything to the exterior of your home or your property, you need to get in touch with the HDC. All right? So Trent, I wish that would have helped you before, but hopefully you can help someone else. Any questions for the applicants?
I have one.
Okay, Commissioner Bell?
Thank you.
And if you'll speak up a little.
Oh, yeah. For some reason, I always think I'm yelling. Apologies. I do have one question. Is there an image of the original driveway? Did
There
I miss
is.
that?
Slide 4. Oh, the original driveway.
The original.
It was dirt and could have been asphalt. It was just gravel.
Ma'am, I can explain it to you. There was a little bit of, it was mostly gravel. We basically had replaced the gravel there with asphalt. It was a gravel driveway that we had been maintaining for, since we purchased the property back in 1999. So it was a gravel driveway and it was a gravel parking lot in the back that we had maintained.
So sorry, we don't have original photos. There might be some with some Google images prior, but I don't have any.
I might be able to find some on my phone from back in the day, but I might not be able to provide them today, but I can provide them later if you do need them.
Time feature.
Uh-huh.
So helpful. Okay. Yeah, it was sort of
That's it right there.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Commissioner Whitlock?
Yeah, I'd like to understand a little bit better about the written rules and what was there and what, could you go over that again? Exactly what the misunderstanding was?
Sure. So in the previous guidelines that were dated up until the December 8th of 21, there was section 8.2, number 7, did not include the word driveway. It said asphalt was not allowed. And Christy, if I may, let me pull it up on my end.
I'm trying to pull them up. Yeah.
Yes, so it says, number 7, repair damaged areas with materials that match the original paving in color, size, texture, and finish. Ensure new paving material is compatible with the character of the context of the project. Asphalt paving is not allowed for sidewalks, curb cuts, and aprons. Fast forward to the current guidelines, and it says asphalt paving is not allowed for sidewalks, curb cuts, driveways, and aprons.
Yeah, the confusion was that in commercial areas, asphalt was allowed in commercial parking, driveways. And so it was found that people were misinterpreting that for residential. But I will pull them up
This
and
is one
show
classic.
you. I will, yeah.
Go ahead, Christy, I'm sorry.
I'll pull it up and show you. Cindy, what would you like to show? The previous ones?
The Google one.
Oh, the Google ones.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna do too. If you're looking for, so materials is 6.15.
Here's the old ones. And,
I'd go to 6.15,
sure, okay. Let me see.
and that's 83.
It helps if I use the right keyboard with the right computer.
I was gonna say, Christy, all I see is a little mouse moving on the screen.
Let, we go. Okay, 6.15. There you go. So these are the old standards. These are the ones, Angie, that you've referenced, 2017 through 2021. We have them archived on our website exactly for cases like this. So there's 6.15 for you, Kim.
So here, and granted, it doesn't speak directly to driveways or sidewalks, but it talks about using compatible traditional materials. And let's see here.
So if I may, while you're thinking, Kim, the compatible traditional materials did not exclude asphalt. Not saying that, we agree with the current guidelines, we do. What we're looking for is somewhere in the middle.
Christie, did
Yeah,
We also have the standard that's always been there, and I'm making my way to an Angie that talks about retaining historic materials and replacing them only when absolutely necessary with the same materials.
Right, and that was in section 8.2, number 3, if I'm not mistaken. If you would go to 8.2, number 3,
absolutely.
where it said retain existing historic driveways. Is that what you're referring to, Kim?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Yes. So that, and we understand, but it would have been gravel
Mm-hmm. And not asphalt.
and not asphalt. Yes, we
Mm.
do understand that.
Okay.
But the gravel over time, if you look at those photos, it was not great.
Yeah, it was the compatible is what the commission had been leaning on, ensure any new paving materials compatible with the character, the context of the project. So
I guess what we're saying is yeah. So there are always going to be, I don't want to call it loopholes, but for lack of a better way to put it now, loopholes. But which is one of the reasons why it was clarified in our revised standards or updated standards. But essentially, it has always been the case that we are to retain historic materials, and if absolutely necessary, replace them with the same historic materials.
Commissioner Whitlock, you want me to go somewhere, sir?
Yeah, no, well, you mentioned as you were describing that had caused some confusion in the past. Was there other cases such as this, and how did they?
No, it was just something that, the design standards are a living document, and as staff was going through it and the commissioners, someone pointed out, well, this could cause confusion. Let's amend this so it's really super clear.
And then I guess the other question is, how is it distinguished between, or why is it distinguished between commercial and residential in the historic district for that type of paving?
Traditional materials. So our historic residential were twin carriage tracks out of concrete, and the commercial is mostly on like East Boulevard and some in Fourth Ward, and that was handled with the update where we added non-residential design standards. But you can see, there was a lot of asphalt that had been put in before the Dilworth District was created, and they had asphalt parking, and it wasn't the commission's desire to require that to be concrete, but they required screening of that.
Mhm.
Scott, if I may, and I believe that was Scott who was speaking, if you go to our slide, I believe it was slide 5, 4, where it showed some of the other properties. And Christie did point out after it was submitted that they were not approved. There were some on slide 5 that are on the plaza and they're recently done. You know, as an applicant, and I represent the owner, you know, driving by these homes, I don't know if they're pre-approved or not, but there's quite a few. So slide 5, Christy, if you wouldn't mind zooming in on the upper right-hand corner of slide 5, you could see that there are other projects, especially on 2009, the plaza, right next to a project that's being constructed right now that is, you know, not a commercial and it is asphalt. I don't know if that's original or not, but it's there. So here's the thing. We're not saying that we're in compliance with the guidelines of current. We are. What we're looking for is a solution that the commission would consider. And that is one, using this product, the latex site, which changes the color of the asphalt so that it is not black. And then 2 is, you know, resurfacing all of it, creating carriage strips, putting in a gate, or changing the front up to the thermal wall of the house with concrete so that the apron goes and continues back to the thermal wall, if you would consider that. So, and that's what we're here to do, is present options for remediation.
Angie, do you have, would you all be willing to work with staff to use materials that we have approved in the past?
You mean like rip out everything?
Yes, and work with staff to use materials we've approved in the past. Usually when we use an alternative material, as you know, we like to see it, touch it, you know. And it's rare in my time on the commission that we've looked at slides and approved a material that we have not used before. And Christy, have we used this material before?
It has not previously been reviewed, no.
One of the reasons why it's important for us to be able to have a personal experience with alternative materials is because you could be the pioneer for this particular type. But I, as one commissioner on the board, don't see us, as I'm sure you could imagine, I don't see myself voting to approve a material that is not historic, that is not being used, and that we have not seen or had some kind of exposure to outside of looking at a slide.
Okay, so yes, we would absolutely work with staff on this alternate material, textured material paint surface. If we could, you know, put up a sample before things have to be completely removed. I believe Trent would agree to, you know, working with staff on alternate options.
I think that it's not good enough to go to staff. I think that the commission needs to see it.
Sure.
And I don't want to get anyone's hopes up. The bar to clear is very high.
I understand.
But before you go through ripping it all out, which quite frankly, you know, I think that a mistake was made. That makes sense. It happens. To then further that mistake by using something that is not found in our historic districts is probably not something that we would say yes to. But I'd love for us to have the opportunity to maybe discover something new.
Okay. I believe Trent would be in agreement with that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so that is what I will argue for, and we'll see what the other commissioners think. Any other questions or comments before we close, commissioners? All right, any closing thoughts, Angie, Trent?
No, but, well, one more thing. So if you would consider a combination of elements, we would be up for that as well.
Christy, have we done that in the past?
We have to get rear yard open space to meet those calculations. We've done maybe a concrete driveway or carriage strips, and then it's transitioned to like pea gravel or something, so people can still have drivable area, but it's permeable. But usually that's at the back, you know, behind the driver runs to the rear of the house, like our design standards say, and then transitions at that point.
Okay. You hear that, Angie?
I did.
Okay. All right. Anything else before we close?
No.
Okay. So let's close now for deliberation. Commissioners, thoughts, comments? Yes, Commissioner Bell.
So we had one of these last month, and we denied that application. So my question to my fellow commissioners is, how, when I think about that application and I think about this one, I don't really see a difference. So if we're denying the one last month and we provide concessions for this one, what are we setting? What kind of precedent are we setting going forward?
I think that's fair. Commissioner Hawkins?
Yes, and all I keep coming back to are the standards. And you guys pointed out in the 2017 to 2021, the applicant was making the argument that the word driveways wasn't mentioned. However, there was a standard that we were leaning on that says basically replace like for like. If you're repairing or if you're replacing like for like, that material is not the same as gravel. So I'm not inclined, they didn't follow the standards.
All right. So all right, it sounds like you're in agreement with Commissioner Bell.
I am.
All right. Commissioner Wheat.
Same feelings here.
All right. Commissioner Whitlock.
I feel confident if they would have come before us previous to doing it, we would have had them stay with gravel driveway.
Commissioner Lineberger, I see you shaking your head, yes. Commissioner Bell, you want to make a motion?
Yeah, so I make a motion, because I'm conflicted, I guess, because we could say, you know, that about anybody, that they're looking at older versions or misinterpreting even the current standards. So I make a motion to deny the application because it doesn't reflect the standards, standards 8, number 7.
Okay. All right. So motion made by Commissioner Bell, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Hawkins. Any further discussion of the motion?
Would you like to add some additional standards that you've talked about?
So why don't we, you said 8, so why don't we, of course, always go to Secretary of the Interior Standards 2.5.
2 point, sorry about that.
And 8.2 through 8, I'll let you jump in there, Commissioner Hawkins.
Yep, 8.2, number 3. I think there's also 8.2, number 7.
And 7, yep.
Okay. All right. So friendly amendment accepted, Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
Friendly amendment accepted, Commissioner Hawkins?
Yes.
All right. So let's vote. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, no. Motion to deny passes 5-1. Okay? All right. Thanks, Angie. Thank you, Trent.
Okay, our next application is 719 Templeton. Okay, we need a brief pause for a court reporter, but 719 Templeton, if you would get ready, Hi, come on up. Have you been sworn in? Okay. Kim, would you like to swear him in?
Absolutely. And one more time, your name?
My name is Ryan Wint.
Ryan. All right, Ryan, if you'll raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hi, Ryan, welcome back. Brief introduction for the commission. This was continued from December, so think back a couple months for a restudy of the roof form and pitch, some fenestration. They needed more information on the front door and follow historically accepted alternatives to fiber cement. And the applicant has made a number of changes. The roof form and pitch have changed, the fenestration, the front door, and then the siding is no longer fiber cement, but wood German lap to match existing. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ryan. If you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please. And I am on slide 4. Let me know where you'd like to go from here.
Sure. When you say address as the project location or my company?
Your address.
Gotcha. So this is Ryan Wint. I'm with Urban Building Group. We are the architect and construction company that's looking at doing this renovation. We're at 342 Circle Avenue here in Charlotte, 28207. And to pick up from Christy, where we left off in December, was mostly revisiting the addition that we were putting on that basically involved a roof structure at the time that had more of a salt box look, where we had two individual sloped, different sloped dormers that were going to be on the side, left and right, that were mirrored of each other, along with a front dormer that mirrored the existing one that's there. So we went back kind of to the drawing board and with our client and with our team and came up with a new design that we feel is more in keeping with the architecture of the home, but also keeping the pitches the same relative to the existing gable ends. And so if we, Christy, can go to our updated elevation of the front and sides. So in overall concept from December, the front elevation for the most part has stayed the same, given the front dormer that we've created, the gable dormer. There's an existing one, as you saw in the previous pictures, that we are increasing in size, but keeping the overall aesthetics relative to fit and finish, as well as the gable and bracket design that would match there. The big change for you guys to really look at, before we flip, Christy, let me address the front door as well. We obviously have established some specs relative to the front door. It's hard to see through the slide, but essentially we're calling out the door design relative to materials being a mahogany door that's solid cord and also has required 7/8 historic mutton bars and clear glass, so no beveled glass or seated glass or anything like that. So I think that hopefully gives the board some ideas on the front door, and we are going to stay in that door relative to its natural wood. And then addressing the side elevation, Christy, if we can flip over to number 9. This is the right side, or what I would call the driveway side, and you'll see on this elevation as well as the left elevation that kind of mirror each other. We've taken a different approach to, like I said before, the salt box, as I call it, design, where we have now created an equal pitch that comes off the rake of that existing lower gable and continues up, and still does not exceed the existing highest peak of the addition of the home that was done previous to us. And in doing so, we've also created and infilled and changed our materials on these new dormers. And we've done this by, instead of going with cement board siding, which I know certain forms that we've done in the past with you guys have been accepted, we've decided to mimic what is there currently, which is a natural wood, what I would call a German lap siding relative to the existing home. So those materials have been changed, and then as I would emphasize, like I did on the front dormers, the brackets that are currently on the home, the gable end brackets at the rake. We are also going to match those into our new design relative to the dormers. And if we want to flip one more slide to number 10, you can see the other side of the home, which is the left side, obviously. Again, similar, exact same pitch roof, the dormer that we've created to mimic what's currently there. The last thing that we looked at that you guys wanted to have us address is the, in this photograph or in this picture of this left side elevation is the new window that we're putting in. And you can see we've changed the mutton pattern to essentially be a 6/1 to mimic the existing windows that we're in. Previously, we had a 4/1, if you remember, relative to our original submittal. So I think that maybe addresses everything that we originally had conversations about in our last presentation. And obviously open to answering any questions or thoughts from you guys after review.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. Do we have anyone on the line wishing to speak for or against this?
No, just Kiara.
Okay, all right. Commissioners, questions for Ryan? Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes, hey, Ryan. Our standard 6.2, number 5, reads that you should maintain the existing roof pitch, which you did do an improvement to that. Appreciate that. Roof lines for new additions should be secondary to those of the existing structure. Typically, the original roof as visible from the public right-of-way should not be raised. Now, I know we discussed this in the original, in your previous presentation, but did you do when we asked for a restudy of the roof, I know it was the pitch was a big part of that, but also it was because that original extension to that original roof line we wouldn't have approved, they were approved under previous guidelines in the previous renovation. Have you done any studies without extending that ridge line?
And just to clarify, I think, Ms. Lineberger, we're referring to the extension of the main, what I'm going to call one-story box of the home.
That's right, and then from the front elevation,
Yeah,
you really see that extension.
correct. Yeah. We did not do any studies relative to that. I think one of the things that ultimately could be addressed would be obviously having that pitch stay as current relative to the existing pitch of that smaller original part of the home and letting it stop essentially short of the existing ridge line of the gable. But our concerns relative to that are the head height. We would be under code head height relative to those new spaces inside. And so trying to achieve any sort of ridge line below that ridge would be basically impossible relative to just, interior space and head height inside. We'd be way below 8 feet. So to answer your question, no, we have not done any studies, just given when we were exploring some of these different ideas, we still need to try to maintain our head height inside.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Also on the window, the fenestration changes.
Yes.
3 studies on that. It was not only the lights, but also the size. The fact that the proposed window in the gable is larger than the windows on the
Yeah.
first floor. And those are typically smaller
Yeah.
as the existing is.
Yeah. Again, from an egress standpoint, what we actually ended up doing was creating a taller window. Now, not taller than what we originally proposed, but left, I should say, the existing size height-wise. We did go to a little bit wider window to try to keep mutton bars and what I would call glass size equal. But exploration-wise, we did not look at doing anything smaller in height. But also don't have any concern if that it still is a concern to consider that window being a little bit shorter in height if need be from a proportional standpoint to the other windows.
I understand the egress challenges. That's always a challenge.
Yeah.
Did you look at a double possibly a double or?
Yeah, the double window, excuse me, you're referring to like a double hung window or a pair of double?
Right.
Yeah, we did not look at a pair of windows, but we did, as I mentioned, increase the overall width to try to keep our egress and window pane sizes equal. Obviously, if we shrink the window from a height standpoint and leave the width, we can end up with a very similar 6/1, a little more squattier window panes, but being more in line with some of the other windows, I don't have any concern about doing that. We would still meet egress. I think it'd just be a challenge of kind of balancing the overall size and proportions to the exterior existing windows, but also maintaining that egress. But no, we did not look at doing a pair of windows, just given how full they would be relative to the overall size of the low pitch gable.
Okay. And then on the front elevation,
Yes, ma'am.
that dormer,
Yes,
the
ma'am.
window in that dormer, that was also one of our things that we honed in on previously. And it looks like that window didn't change.
Yeah, we left this window currently in its existing state. And I guess to emphasize that relative to, these are casement windows that are fixed. This is in a bathroom. The addition that we're putting on the front is part of a bathroom. Obviously egress is not needed. And so we did a fixed casement look here. Relative to the window mutton bar pattern, obviously given the constraints of privacy from the street for this bathroom, and obviously the overall look, we did not look at exploring a double hung window like the rest of the home where you could get a traditional 6/1. I think concerns of that would be mostly in privacy, but also the increase of size of our dormer from a height perspective that we were concerned about.
Okay, I have questions. I want to defer to my resource here. Former Commissioner Jessica Heineman, who's an architect, suggested it, and I use it because I am not an architect. So it's the Get Your House Right guide. And it says, I'm going to start with the windows.
Sure.
Successful window design achieves two goals. It reinforces the overall composition of the building by unifying the design, and it introduces a layer of hierarchy that adds focus to the primary floor and important rooms of the house. Unity and hierarchy is what our windows are about, right? So to piggyback on some comments that Commissioner Lineberger made, we don't have that currently with the fenestration as we see it now. There's another point here about windows that speaks to how it's very important to avoid reducing the height of the windows, resulting in horizontal lights. And we have quite a few of those here. So the rhythm is different. It is put off by it. The windows that are supposed to unify and create hierarchy, both of those are getting missed, right? So I'll put a pin in that. I think that you've been challenged with a tough job, Ryan, because you're taking a house that was already out of compliance with our design standards and you're trying to make it work. And the only times that I've seen where something out of compliance works, it's when it's pushed more towards coming into compliance, not further away.
Right.
And so the roof forms, as it's presented here, they just aren't going with our standards, which is why we keep coming back to it. And I also know, because of my trusty guide here, that the challenge is the floor plan. The challenge is what's going on in the interior. However, we have no purview over that, right? But what we do have purview over is the design of the actual building itself. And so now two major components of this house are just not being met. And that's before we get into some of the other details. And so I will say that when we go into deliberation, I'll give you a chance to speak to it now. Those are going to be two major sticking points with me. I checked in on last month's meeting. I was not here, and yet I'm looking at the reasons why this was continued, and those issues haven't been addressed. The front door, yeah, but the major issues that were brought forth just have not been addressed. And I know it's a challenge, but our job is to work together, to collaborate,
Sure.
to get you all to where we can say yes. And right now, as one commissioner, I cannot say yes.
Those 2 points that you brought up are in reference to, again, you specifically, relative to windows. I would say that with the windows on the front and the sides that we've created, obviously we do have verticality. I wouldn't agree with you in the sense that we have horizontal window panes. There's verticality in those windows in the front and the sides. I definitely can understand, though, the Lineberger's concern about the height of the window and maybe addressing that. But as far as verticality, or should say, excuse me, horizontally, I'm big on vertical glass panes, and we definitely don't have horizontal glass panes, I would argue.
Christy, will you go to slide 9, please? In the dormers, in the gable, is that 9? Yeah, so let's look at 9 of 25. Yeah, so what do you call the window, the middle window on the bottom floor? Is it, and then the back window, those look like horizontal panes to me.
Those
Is that
right there?
wrong?
Yeah, those are all existing windows.
Okay,
My only new windows are the one right above it, and then the ones on the front of the dormer. Those are my only new windows. Everything else is existing. That's, to speak to that window, it's in the kitchen.
is that an original window? No,
This house has been
yeah.
pieced together.
Yeah, okay. So I apologize, you didn't do this. It was done. It's
Yeah.
not in compliance.
I mean, I don't know I think we looked up last meeting. I think there was at least 2 or 3 renovations before it got to us.
Sure.
Um,
Yay.
and probably none of them came through this board.
Yeah, probably not.
But anyway, I just wanted to address the windows.
Okay.
I would agree with Commissioner Lineberger in relative to that new window the arrow's on. It is a taller window than the rest of the existing. But again, a lot of that was based on us looking at vertical components of the grid, if you want to call it, or the mutton bars, to allow us to have that verticality. So we did widen the window a little bit from its original, but also had to play with the height just given our constraints of egress.
Sure,
Given
so,
that's a new bedroom.
yeah, and so we get back to the hierarchy point that I made.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then you want to speak to the roof forms?
And then the roof forms, yeah, I think in general terms, I definitely understand your concern relative, and as I guess Mrs. Lineberger pointed out, relative to us matching the new design here with the rake and pitch being the same. I think that obviously, I would guess, maybe hits the box relative to what we had before, being that there were 2 different pitches. But I guess just so I'm in clear form, the other concern with the design of those gables is more about how they're at a hierarchy physically and how they're tied to the existing main roof. Is that kind of what I'm hearing? And if those were broken, again, I have very little ability to get a space to work in there relative to height of interior ceilings as I've described. But if I were to consider breaking those planes physically on the front elevation, where they didn't continue up from the existing gable, does that tend to lean toward a more compliant design, do you feel? And I guess I'm asking you and Mrs.
Yeah,
Lineberger.
I'd have to see it. I
Sure.
would say the best way for me to put it is less
Yeah.
is more,
Mm-hmm.
simplifying it. It goes back to our standards, which is complicated. There's a lot going on here.
Sure.
And I understand that, you're dealing with the cards that were dealt.
Yeah.
However, our collective goal is to move more into compliance, not further away.
Sure. Yeah. And I would argue that in the side elevations, I think we have done that, matching gables, matching materials. That's another thing I want to make sure we address. You know, we changed all the materials away from what I would call manufactured materials and go back to wood. And I say that for the lap siding that we originally had as cement board. So I think that's obviously a step in the right direction.
Oh, most definitely.
And then obviously matching these new design gables to the pitches that are currently there that we were given. So anyway.
And then, we like to delineate maybe it's being done, it's just very complicated to see. It's important for us to be able to see where the old house ends and the new house begins.
Sure.
And again, I speak as one commissioner. It's really hard for me to see that right now.
Yeah. Yeah, part of that I would agree being that the front elevation, as Mrs. Lineberg addressed, has that main existing lower end gable that was originally part of the home continuing up as part of our new gable. So I think in general terms, I think there's but hopefully a potential solution where maybe we can break that facade physically. I just know that from a height perspective, even if I break it, I still need to try to get above that existing main gable to achieve the dimensions I need, obviously, to meet code inside for ceiling heights.
And there's no way to, for lack of a better way to put it, undo what was done so that you have a blank slate from which to work.
Currently, let's see, Christy, can you show the existing home photographs? I believe it's toward the top.
You were getting into designing.
Yeah, and I'm not a designer.
Okay.
So you don't want me designing that, but you clearly are the talented architect who can do it. And so essentially, I'll just get back to the fact that the roof forms are still complex. The fenestration is still not where we need it to be. And those are just two big things that need, and the house, the new versus the old, the differentiation, the line of demarcation is not clear. Those are just three major things that I'll bring up for you.
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
One last thing, I guess just looking at the far right photograph, you can kind of see the original gable that we were obviously referring to. And then the gable in the background is obviously the addition, the two-story addition that we're having to essentially tie old to new with our section in the middle. And so I think that's, obviously our biggest challenge is delineating, as you mentioned, kind of the old versus new relative to, we're kind of in the middle relative to our addition.
Okay. Commissioners, any other questions or comments for Ryan? Commissioner Hawkins?
I would like the opportunity to, I'm not going to say anything new, but the opportunity to point to our standards. In additions, it really, gives the illustration that is not recommended to add on to a property in a historic district on top. That is much more approvable that we're adding on in the back. And I think that's what the struggle is. That's why we keep going around in this circle, because this approach isn't even, it's not advisable. So just want to make sure that, referencing the standards is always going to be where we're going to go and where we would like our, applicants to start.
Sure. Yeah, I would agree to what you're saying. I think the thing to argue to that is we're given a chopped up house, and I'm doing my best to try to modify that. If I would have had a clean slate, obviously we would go out the back. I just physically don't have that ability given the site and given our setbacks. And then obviously given my clients' needs relative to their spaces they're looking for.
Just to give you the page numbers for what Commissioner Hawkins was referring to. It's 6.21 and 6.22. So just a variety of ways to potentially accomplish it. I'm sure you've looked at that.
Yeah.
You have a challenge before you.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Well, they hired you because you can do it. All right. So do you have anything you want to say before we close?
No, I think we've addressed.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah.
We'll now close for deliberation. Commissioners, I mean, why don't we do this? Why don't we go through why this was approved, or excuse me, continued? And if the reason has not been met, then I'm going to guess that this would be a continuation. Okay, so restudy the roof form and pitch per guideline 6.3, number 1, and 4.5, number 2, and 6.20, number 3. Was that accomplished? No. Okay, so that one stays. Restudy the fenestration per 6.15. Okay, Commissioner Limburger shaking her head no, that one stays. Provide additional detail on the front door per standard 4.10. Yep, score. The cementitious siding and trim to be used should follow a historically acceptable alternative per 6.18. That was addressed. So we're halfway there, right? Commissioner Lineberger, what are your thoughts?
Well, I think that we were fairly clear in our last, in our comments from December. And while they addressed the ridge, the pitch of the gable in that addition, I just don't see how we can, as you stated, we're going further out of compliance, so we're going in the wrong direction. We're taking something that was not in compliance and we're making it more non-compliant by extending that ridge line. And I guess what I want to be very clear on for the applicant, because if we do continuation, I guess I want to feel from everyone else if we agree that if they're going to extend that ridge, are we going to just say, go back and study the roof form? Because that was part of why we were restudying the roof form. That was why we specified that. And if they can't work their program in and fulfill the goals of their renovation without that, I think that that's an important point that they need to decide. And then as far as the windows, same thing, the fenestration, I felt like we were clear on that as well, that it was about the hierarchy and it was about the dormer windows being secondary to the primary windows on the first floor. I think there are other ways to do that. And I just didn't see a change there significant enough. I saw the change in the lights, but it was a bigger issue than that. So,
do we have anything to add to what Commissioner Lineberger so eloquently stated? Commissioner Lineberger, will you take those points and make a motion out of that and see where we stand? Just so that you know, I'm in agreement that so to answer your question about whether or not we're just going to continue it until they get the roof forms right. Personally, I am of the mindset that we want to work together towards the win. And so I would like to give another shot to this. I think it's a challenging project, and I would love to see how creative the applicant can get in bringing us closer to compliance. I don't even know if we'll get to being compliant, but we've had situations before where, architects, designers have had to do some difficult work, and they actually got closer to compliance if they never even met it, right? Even if they didn't meet it.
Yep.
But we need to be very clear. What we are not going to do is go further away.
Well, does everyone agree? Does everyone have the same issue, I guess, with that? Okay,
Everyone's shaking their head, yes.
okay. So,
Commissioner Bell?
But I also agree with what Kim said. I do think, just hearing from the applicant, and I wasn't here in December, but recognizing the complexity of it, it would be more advantageous for us, I think, to give him an opportunity to take on the challenge and see where we can meet in the middle, especially as we move forward. We may very well likely see other applicants like this, and this may be a learning opportunity for all of us.
I love teachable moments. Thank you, Commissioner Bell. And then fenestration. Yeah, they restudy. I think Commissioner Lineberger, you can keep the first two. Reasons for continuation. I guess the good news is that they have met 2 of the requirements that we requested. And even though the roof isn't where we need it to be, there's been some progress there as well.
and I think there are a few things we didn't talk about that I don't know that they need to be part of the motion, but just something that the applicant
The
should pay
line of
attention to.
demarcation.
The line of demarcation but also the suggestions by staff about the details on the windows, the sills, the dormer, trim details, being too narrow, and just addressing, those details. And what's the other one? Oh, the suggestion about the blank wall in the gables, the suggestion of a vent detail to that. We didn't discuss that, but just something for the applicant to. So I make a motion to continue this application for a restudy of the roof form and pitch, or I'm sorry, just the roof form, restudy the roof form per guideline 6.3. Actually, 6.20, number 5.
Yep.
And restudy the fenestration for standard 6.15.
And then we should get a standard for.
The vertical transition? Yes, that's 6.20, number 6.
Okay.
Provide a vertical transition detail differentiating the original with the new construction.
I would also refer to 6.20, number 3, attempt to attach new additions or alterations to existing buildings in such a manner that if such additions or alterations were to be removed in the future, the essential form and integrity of the building would be unimpaired.
Okay.
I might even put in number 2, limit the size of the addition so that it does not visually overpower the existing building. Number 1, attempt to locate the addition on the rear elevation so that it is minimally visible from the street. All of it. Yeah. Yeah, I pretty much say 6.20. Commissioner Hawkins is right, all of it. And SHPO 2.5 for context.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Do you accept those friendly amendments?
I do.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Lineberger. So motion made by Commissioner Lineberger, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Hawkins. Any further discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to continue, not deny, but continue, passes 6-0. All right, thanks, Ryan.
We have about 15 minutes before our attorney shows up and before our next Chris Barth shows up. We have an applicant in the audience that is a very short case.
Okay, why don't we hear that one and then we could take a quick
I
break?
think maybe as a transition, just to try and get through as many cases as possible,
Uh-huh.
if if that meets the chair's,
Actually, I think we need to take a 5-minute break now.
we need a 5-minute break
Yes.
now.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Take a 5-minute break and then resume with
Okay.
verse 7. Okay. Hello, we are back from our break with some sad news. Kim, would you like to just say
Sure.
anything?
I want to recognize one of the pioneers, not only for the Wesley Heights community, not only for the city of Charlotte, but for North Carolina and nationally. Judge Shirley Fulton has passed. It is said from her battle with gallbladder cancer. And for those of you who don't know, Judge Shirley Fulton was the first African-American female prosecutor here in North Carolina, I believe it was North Carolina. And she was also the first Black woman to win a Superior Court seat. She is also a major reason why my beloved community, Wesley Heights, is a member of the Historic District. And she actually owned for quite some time the beautiful house in our neighborhood, the Wadsworth Estate. She was a groundbreaking pioneer. She was someone that I personally revered and held in high regard. And so she will be sorely missed. And really, quite frankly, that's what we do here, right? We are preservers of history, not just with the houses, but with those notable people who have lived in them. And so she'll be sorely missed. And so whatever, however you recognize or celebrate the dead, please do so today.
We are so grateful for all of her contributions on so many levels.
Yeah.
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 Okay.
Okay. It's hard to transition back into projects.
I think Judge
gonna-
Fulton would say, get back to business.
I think, you're
Yeah.
right, she would.
Yeah.
With that, we'll hopefully knock out 818, 826 East Kingston really quickly. Russell, thanks for joining us again, and you've been sworn in. I will pull that up as we speak, but the next application is, again, 818 through 826 East Kingston Avenue, and it's for replacement roofing.
Yes.
And it was continued from the January 11th meeting. So if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Yeah, it's Russell Clark, 820 East Kingston.
And it was continued to provide a material that more accurately replicates the current roof material. And I believe you're also going to save these little finials and reinstall them. Is that correct?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, well, I'll turn it over to you with that. Thanks, Russell.
So, yeah, previously I presented the case, sort of what the damage was to the roof. I think the board was pretty much in agreement that, yeah, it needed to be replaced. The previous roofing material we had sort of an asphalt sort of finish to it. The board wanted me to look for something to replace it, that it was closer in color and closer in finish to the existing material. The existing roof on these little bump out sections, it's a stamped steel painted green, and it's, you know, heavily corroded, damaged, rusted through. What we did locate, and it's to replace it, is a sample I've got here in front of me. Not this color, but different color. But it's actually made of aluminum, but it's a metal tile, similar to the current product. It's designed to replace steel tile roofing. It comes with a factory coated finish, and then the color that we would choose would be this. This is a factory finish. It's called patina green. That is fairly similar. It would be the finish and the texture of the sample here below, which is embossed finish, but in this color. And then my presentation, I think further down, is this the revised one I submitted? Yeah. So I submitted some photographs of, you know, installations from the manufacturer in different facilities. The other thing, yeah, before we leave this one, the board also wanted to try to save this finial detail, which, you know, we couldn't find people that made that in a metal material today. But the builder or the roofing company that we're actually using for this has done this with a similar thing. There's a library in Kings Mountain. It's on the Historic Register. They did a similar thing. They reused that finial detail. So they're proposing that they would remove these and then paint them. The manufacturer provides a paint that would match this. They would paint them and finish them to match the existing and then put it atop so it would blend in and keep that detail in place. And then if you go down to slides like 17, that shows what, these are not the color proposed. That's a different color green than what we're proposing to use, but it gives you an idea of what this material looks like. And then on the next screen, unfortunately, these are not the same pattern, but this is the color that's proposed. So if you can kind of put those images together mentally and say, yeah, it's this tile look, but in a color that is closer to matching the original.
Okay, thank you.
I don't think we have any new callers, Candace.
Okay.
Nope.
Will you just state for the record, I'm sure you said this last month, why you are not going back with the same materials?
I'm sorry, why we're not going back with,
Why are we doing a different material?
well, it is the same. It's a steel
Mhm.
currently that's there. And so
Okay.
we're going to replace that with a metal.
A metal. Okay. So, Chrissy, what am I missing? Like, why?
He wanted a different product last time, so it
Uh-huh.
was continued to find something closer.
Okay.
And this is a metal, it's currently a metal roof.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And
So metal for metal.
metal to metal, it's a much more traditional product.
Mm-hmm.
Also saving the finials.
Okay.
Yeah,
But we'll need you on the mic.
Yeah.
Just, it's counterintuitive, but.
What we proposed last time is this roofing, which has,
Oh.
it's a metal roofing, but it has this asphalt finish. So
Okay.
the board wanted me to, look for something that was closer to the painted finish
Yep.
that we currently.
Mhm. And that is one, as you said, that can be painted the same color. That's what you all are going to stick with.
This manufacturer that makes the tile there below, that sample is in a red, but it also comes in this factory
Mhm,
applied finish with this green color. Just the
Mhm.
sample they sent me wasn't the color that we're proposing.
And using this material juxtaposed to the peak that you have there, how will you how will you create this cohesive look?
So the roofer who does this has done the same thing with similar detail at a library that they did. They'll remove the current finial, refinish it. The manufacturer of this provides a kind of repair paint that is the same color, the same paint.
Okay.
So they will refinish that original detail with a matching color here, and then they will basically adhere it to the top of the roof so it'll blend into the new tile.
Perfect. Thank you for restating that for me. All right. Any other questions, commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Whitlock.
Is the new product, did you say it's aluminum?
Yes.
So the compatibility between the finial steel and the aluminum?
Yeah, they'll use there's like a bimetallic insulator. They do that. They have that issue with other materials as well. Sometimes they use aluminum gutters and things like that with steel roofs. So they have an insulating material that they will put between it to stop bimetallic corrosion.
So just a caution, the finish on the steel finial, you just need to make sure, because if it starts leaching out onto the new aluminum, it'll start etching it. So just, I know you're going to isolate the finial and the new material, but also the runoff from it can also create some problems. So.
Yes.
I'm going to jump in and circle back to my original question. Thank you. So this is aluminum. Why are we not going back with the steel?
This is a manufacturer that makes a similar tile that comes in, a pre-finished coat. This color isn't terribly common. And so trying to find someone who made a good finish that matches the current material, this is the best option we found.
Why are we not going back with what is currently there? Why are we not using the same? This is aluminum. Why are we not using steel?
Because we couldn't find a manufacturer that makes steel that comes in the same colors and
Okay,
style.
that's what I needed. Thank you. All right, so am I speaking English? Okay, excuse me. Any other questions? All right, anything you'd like to add before we close?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's close for deliberation.
I have a question
Yes, Commissioner Bell.
for the commission. So one of the questions I had was the material
I
and the color.
can't hear.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Okay.
just yell. I know
Hello,
you feel like
everyone.
you are, but you're not.
Yeah, I know, just, yeah.
I feel like I'm on stage.
You
So my
are.
question was around, and you guys were asking, the color, the material, the aluminum versus the steel. So how do we meet? Is our preference color or is it material? Since you can see color, but from the street, I mean, unless you're an expert, you probably can't tell if it's steel or aluminum.
Well, thank you for bringing that up, because, in my time, it's always been about the material, not about the color. So we're going to defer to Christy and ask for a little help on this.
Yeah, so the commission looks at color if it's integral to the product, right? Like
it's what?
integral to the product,
Okay.
like brick, right? We say traditional colored brick.
That's true.
Because it's integral to the brick. In the commercial design standards, we talk about metal roofing and like the color being integral to that roofing and what the color should be. So, I think it becomes, is it integral to the product itself? Or are you talking about painting like a wood-sided house? Then
Yeah.
it's not, it's applied, right?
And that green is definitely distinctive to this particular building. Thank you.
And one more question, Christy. Is staff comfortable then that enough, I know the applicant said that he had reached out and did some researching and trying to find a material that they can match this very unique color. So I'm assuming that staff is comfortable with the amount of research that was done in finding.
When things are on the commission, you can't assume that because things are brought to the commission because it's something that staff can't approve.
Okay.
So,
can
you can ask if you want to talk to Candace,
yes.
because Candace is the one that's really worked closely on this, correct? Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
She did the administrative TPO roof, yeah.
Candace did the administrative portion of this.
Yep.
She's probably had more contact with the applicant.
And Candace
sort
is
of
kind of our
background.
materials
Mhm.
specialist. Candace, can you jump in and share any background that you have?
I did do the administrative approval for the TPO roofing, but I did not do any research on the steel. I could if the commission is asking that of me, but I did not do that at this time.
How important do we think that is? So if we feel like enough due diligence was done, or do we need to dig a little deeper on the material?
Well, we just had a conversation, an in-depth conversation about the importance of materials. And so I personally would like more information. I'd like to know, I would like for Candace to go down the rabbit hole on the steel. Yeah,
Is the meeting closed or?
we're closed. Yes, yeah, we can reopen. Yes, sir.
I just, trust me, I started this process back last summer, so it's been several months. We were originally on the slate for December. And then, of course, we came here in January and got continued to this month. The roof is leaking. So I don't want to say this exactly, but there's some kind of sense of urgency to the issue. I felt, trust me, I researched and got this from the builder as an option. Came away from the last one getting the strong message from the board that the color was highly important. I failed to see a difference between aluminum and steel. Frankly, the kind of steel that they're using there, all of the newer ones are sort of an alloy of steel. I mean, steel itself is an alloy. It's aluminum, it is different. How that makes a difference, I failed to see the difference. We're trying to match the color and the material as close as we can with modern available products, and I think we've done that.
And are you able to provide a list of the research that you've done?
I could probably go back and reconstruct that. Sure, sure.
Okay.
And when we are switching, when we're doing alternate materials,
Sure.
when we are veering away from tradition, we like to make sure that we have been very thorough, because this is now this would then become precedent for the next person who wants to use it. And so it is affecting more than just one building. Commissioner Whitlock, have you had experience working with this material?
I have not. I do have, can I ask another question?
Please.
So just looking at the hip ridge that goes down, does this product have a specific fitting for that?
Yes, it does. In the supplemental materials I added, they have the details available. There's an attachment.
And the distance, like the dimensions of the existing roof compared to this, how does like the valley and the ridge and all, how does that compare? Is it the same width, same depth?
I'm not following.
So if you would go back,
Oh.
Christie, to that more close-up picture. So
Yeah, that's a good
each,
question. I don't think it's an
yeah,
exact
so that,
match.
yeah, all of those dimensions that were per each of those tiles, how does that compare to this?
I don't think it's an exact match.
Probably be good to see that, because I think these are pretty tightly spaced, and the roll part of it looks much smaller. And this is a small roof section, yeah, I think the scale is going to be really important on that.
Okay. It would be nice to have a side-by-side comparison so that we know what we're going back with and how it's changing. Yes.
What do you mean side by side comparison?
I mean, what's there versus what you want to use to replace it with.
Sure.
We want to be able to compare the two, because part of the distinctive characteristic of the roof is also the tightness of the, for lack of a better way to put it, rise and fall of the tiles. And when we're using other materials, we like to get the same, what we call profile. So, yes, Christy?
So just a quick search, it's not this metal roof, but there is a diagram that shows kind of what it looks like in profile.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you're asking for? Like what this is and this is compared to a profile diagram of
Yes.
that? Okay,
Yeah,
so
maybe a
profile.
dimensioned,
Dimensions.
Mhm.
profile.
Okay,
That would be-
I understand what you're asking for, and if
Thank
you
you.
put that in as a condition, I can share that with you.
Okay.
I do think a sample of the hip
Right here.
part pieces, yeah. And I'm noticing that
Those
note
are
about the
the,
gutters.
Sorry?
The gutters previously approved, I don't recall, did we approve the gutters?
Can approve gutters, yeah.
So, okay.
Okay.
I think the ridge material, if you look
But
at
if
the
there's a-
photographs, I did provide a different attachment with all of the details from this manufacturer, but in the photographs that I provided there, yeah, I don't know if that gives you a very good picture, but you can see some of the details in that.
There's a concern you have since
I think
let us know.
It's going to have a major impact on the visual, the gutters will, if you look at those.
Yeah.
Gonna cover up that end profile to some extent.
We've, how we've approached gutters in the past, and maybe we need to revisit this, is if they're reversible and you're not, hurting or taking away any material, if it's helping shed water and doesn't run down the front of the building, we've been allowing those. But I would really be interested in learning more from a contractor's perspective.
Well, I guess my next question is, what type of gutter were you looking at for that? Was it going to be a half-round gutter matching the same material, or?
I think in the original package I submitted to you all, I had the details.
Let me see, I'll check last month, yeah. I have all this. think you were referencing that a little earlier.
That's what I was talking about earlier.
Okay.
In the original presentation I sent to you all with.
Yeah, it's down here.
package.
It's down here a ways. This was from last month. We
Go towards the end of it.
included in this because it was staff approved, but I can definitely pull that up.
There it is.
Oh, there it is. Okay, yeah.
Half round.
This is what they're.
Mhm.
I mean, yeah, I guess, let's see, it's a 6-inch. I think it should be a half round. I don't want to design, but I don't know that you need a 6-inch for that little small section of roof. And I think it might overpower that fascia a little bit.
I mean, like a smaller width.
Yeah, a smaller gutter.
So that was slide 63 for the record. And then Russell, had you wanted to look at any of these while they're up? Is there any specific one?
Don't think so. I think it was just a question about the details
Oh,
of
the
the ridge
fastening.
line. So yeah,
Yeah.
this provided that.
Okay. I think this kind of provides a little bit.
Christy, can I ask him, I mean, I might have a resource that could help him
Please.
find steel. I don't know what roofer you're talking to, and it may be an exhaustive thing, but there's a company here in town, Murray Laney.
Can you say that a little louder? I didn't catch.
It's Murray Laney, MURR, and Laney, LANEY.
Okay.
And they would be able to source that material. I feel confident, the old steel. And
Yeah, I mean, I've found steel. It's just steel, that color, that pattern. That's-
right.
And this might be a silly question, I just don't know. Can you not paint it, that material?
Well, the steel was probably painted, I guess, but the aluminum's integrated color, you wouldn't want.
Yeah, no, I mean the steel, because the point is that
I'm sorry, if he found the steel.
Mhm. You could or could not, I'm sorry.
Yeah, but it's just an ongoing maintenance issue.
When my reading of standards is it said factory applied finishes are much preferred, and I know it would be much more durable. This is a finish that's it's supposed to be warranted for 30 years, so it's much better to be in a factory condition paint versus something manually applied.
Sure, and we want to protect the building as much as you do. And the challenge has been when we move to alternative materials, we have to exhaust all possibilities with the materials that you currently have in order to justify that. So case in point, there is a house. The case has been settled for more than 90 days, so I can talk about it. And they were looking for individual cedar shakes and could not find them, and went to the extent to call all of the suppliers here, and then finally found them in Montreal, right? And so they could have put forth effort, couldn't find them here in the area, and left it at that. But sometimes, if we push it just a little further, we can find the thing that we need. And I know that that's a hard thing to hear, especially when you have water intrusion, because our cause is also to protect the structure, and water and buildings don't go well together, right? So this is a little complicated, because if it was just about this building, that would be one thing, but it's about everyone that's going to come after you that asks for this. So I hope you can understand that. Anything else you want to say before I reclose?
Is there a way to, I guess the difficult part about this is the iterative process where I go away, I come back, go away, come back, it's like, I don't know, 20 questions. Is there a way we can get some resolution without coming back the next month, and
I think that I'll let you speak to that, Commissioner Whitlock.
Well, I mean, I think to see a true comparison of what's there to what you're proposing and to maybe exhaust your search, maybe go a little further than you have to see what you can find, and to be able to convince us that that's the definitive, there is no other source.
what would I need to do to convince you? I mean, that's the serious. Last time it was very clear, come back, color, finish. I came back, color and finish. Now it's a different challenge. And I don't think, I'm not going to find that material to that exact design, exact look, exact color, exact material. I won't find it. So I just need something that's, hey, this is what you need to do. Tell me what I need to do.
I think that's
In a clear way.
if I may, I think that's the gap. The material, right? I don't think we understand or we are hearing that all options have been exhausted to replace the exact same material that you currently have. So you're bringing alternate materials, which is always going to get a higher level of scrutiny from this body. So if we could see that exhaustive process has happened, and we will always point you back to the standards because the standards do mention metal roofs. So I think that's where we're coming from, and maybe that's where the confusion is. But if we, use the standards as our North Star here, both for you, for us, I think that kind of clears things up. You're bringing us alternate material, and there's no precedent for us approving that type of material in this case. So if we get back to what the standards say about metal roofs or replacing like for like, then to me, I think that's your safest bet.
But if I may, if it's steel and it's a different color, that would be more acceptable than this. Or if it was steel and, you see what I'm getting at? There are these different, like getting all these stars to align is,
What's
looks.
the current material?
The current material is rusted steel.
So it's steel.
Yes.
Okay. And have we been brought back steel?
I came with steel the first time, but the finish was not acceptable. I couldn't find steel. I don't know how to prove to you, the research that I've done, but I didn't find steel that was the color, that was closer, and that was what I thought was a priority. But I found a product here it's made of aluminum, and it has the finish. So I could come back with steel if I had known this. I could have come with steel in a color like this. This red color, for example, is very common and can be gotten in steel or other colors. But it was difficult to find that one. That's just trying to kind of point to where I've looked and the reason why I came with what I came with. So if steel is the overriding consideration and color is not the issue, then.
From what I'm seeing here, it's more than that. I think it's the actual size and shape of the construction of that aluminum roofing is not matching the steel.
Commissioner Whitlock.
It just looks.
I have not found anything that.
It's got a different profile. Yeah. And I think it's going to affect how that looks. It's a very kind of a petite pattern on that little section of roof right there. And if you get up there with the larger barrel, it's really going to affect how it looks.
And so, as it states in the motion to continue it, Mr. Clark says, provide another material that more accurately replicates the current roof material per standard 4.5 numbers 4, 5, and 8. And so you've done that, but it hasn't satisfied the body in saying that, yes, that will work. So I think, because I do understand your frustration, what do I bring you so that we can close this thing, right? Do you have a sample that's about that size that we can, of your current roof, where we can do a side-by-side comparison, or no?
I mean, It's on the roof. That's it.
Yeah,
Where you need just the drawing,
or the drawing.
the drawing.
Yeah,
Drawing.
it would be great to, and I think that if given some time, you can think about how we can see the side-by-side comparison, the profiles, the way it would lay, the colors. Because yes, I know it's confusing. The color is very important. It's part of the distinctive characteristic of the place. It's been there for a long time, right? So it's part of that. But we have to be able to visually compare side by side before saying we're going to veer from our standards, which is our guiding document, to approve this.
Is it also a case of show your work? Like just
Show your work.
give y'all a list?
Yeah, that's a
Okay.
great way to put that.
Okay.
Yeah, show your work, please.
Sounds like a motion, so.
It does sound like a motion, so why don't we close for deliberation? And Commissioner Whitlock, will you make a motion for us on this one? Please, sir.
Okay, I move to continue the application because the product does not meet our guidelines,
Standards.
standards.
4.5, numbers 5, 4, 5, and 8.
Section 4.5, numbers 5, 7, and 8,
No, 4, 5, and 8.
4, 5, and 8.
Yes, sir.
And we would request, I guess, a dimension comparison of some sort, whether it be a physical sample or a dimension drawing comparing the proposed material to the existing material. And a sample of the hip detail, preferably a physical sample of that, and how that compares in size and shape to what's existing. And to be able to cite what efforts have been made and where your conclusions have been drawn, that we can understand the limitations through that. And I know there are societies for different types of roofers and roofing materials and things, and you may look and find a society. I would strongly suggest calling Murray Laney. They do a lot of historical work all around, like they work on the Biltmore. So, you know, they're experts, and I would take their conclusion as fact to be able to make a decision on in this environment here.
Thank you, Commissioner Whitlock. Motion made by Commissioner Whitlock, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Bell. Any further discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to continue passes 6-0. And the good news, Mr. Clark, is that you're eligible to come back next month now that you're here. So, yeah, well, you don't have to wait much longer. Thank you so much for your patience, sir.
Yeah. We'd like to welcome Commissioner Barth.
Welcome, Commissioner Barth. Thank you so
And
much.
we'd also like to welcome Attorney Thomas Powers. And,
Welcome, Attorney Powers.
thank Attorney Sanchez Myers,
Thank
who will be stepping away. And this next application is 1913 Cleveland Avenue. Thomas, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Administrator Harbs, as well as the commission. I do apologize that I was not able to be with you in person today. However, I am here virtually to answer any and all questions that you may have. Madam Chair, I do apologize if I have to interrupt because of my virtual nature, but I will try to be as timely with any kind of objections or any direction and guidance as necessary. But I again apologize for my inability to be with you today.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Attorney Powers. It's great to see you.
Okay, I'm not sure that the applicants are with us. Is the only issue. Chris, I believe Chris Scorsone is presenting. Swe, Jennifer, Scott.
I am here, Christy.
Oh, I hear a voice.
Yeah, this is
Chris.
Chris Scorsone. Hello.
Chris, can we see your face?
Well, get ready.
We'll brace ourselves.
We can't wait.
Perfect.
Hello, everybody.
Hi. Hi. I see Jennifer too. Hi, Jennifer.
Hi, how are you? I'm here as well.
Jennifer. Is Scott with you?
He is not. He's not going to be able to join.
Oh, okay. Have y'all been sworn in?
We have not.
Okay, starting there.
Okay, if you will, please raise your right hand and respond to I do to the following question. Do you affirm the information in testimony you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Okay. I want to get on record.
Yeah. Oh, yes, please.
For something. So last time we heard an application for this particular site, I recused. I recused because one of the community members who was calling in had a business relationship with my firm at the time. And it is typical that if the applicant and a commissioner have a relationship that you recuse. However, I didn't want there to be any appearance of impropriety. So even though this was just a community member calling in, I recused from the case. That relationship is no longer active, and so I am free now to hear this new case.
Thomas, is that okay legal-wise? Anything to add?
Let me actually turn to the applicants in this regard. Ms. Ray, and again, I apologize to Mr. Scarsone. Do you have any objections to the chair proceeding in this case before I were to render a legal opinion?
No, I don't have any issue with that. Happy to have her join.
Okay.
Brett, do you have any issue?
No issue.
All right. Thank you.
Again, hearing no objections from the applicants in this regard, I do not see a legal issue that will prevent the chair from actually being a part of this matter and therefore render a decision. As such, the board may proceed at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is a proposal for the new construction of a commercial building. We're welcoming the applicants back, as our chair alluded to. They had a previously approved project for a multifamily building back in December of 2021. And now we have a new scheme in front of us. At this point, I'm going to turn it directly over to the applicants. They can explain their project better than I can. So Chris and Jennifer, if you would state your names for the court reporter, please. And then I have the map up.
Jennifer, please go first.
All right, Jennifer Ray, 7232 Sheffieldale Drive.
And Chris Scorsone, 425 North Church.
Great, thank you.
And I'm here for questions and answers after the fact, but I'm going to turn it to Chris to actually give the presentation.
Okay, great. Chris, where would you like to start? I think the first bit of the application is just showing what received approval with conditions. Do you want to start there, or would you like to start with the new plan?
Oh, I think that we could start with the old, and I think that perhaps what's the pertinent information here is this was a 3-story with parking below the one that was approved, I think, back in 2021. And that building was roughly 180 feet deep, substantially larger than what we're going to be looking at here today. I always kind of am sad because this was my old upholstery shop that we're taking down. So I used to take all my antiques here. But regardless, we're going to be looking at a commercial building, multi-tenant, 3-story. And I think you're going to see when we get to the elevations, heavy inspiration from brick commercial buildings of anywhere from between the, say 1900 to 1930, 1940. So just want to kind of lead in with that. And I think that we really tried to kind of honor the hand of the mason. So you're going to see quite a bit of brickwork, both in pattern and detail. And I think you're going to see, we've spent a lot of time just with the fenestration, the overall scale, for this to fit in nicely on this end of the block. So with that, Christy, I think if you want to share some of these background images, and then I'll pop back in as needed.
Showing the surrounding context. And the building is right here. More context pictures. This is the building that Chris referenced is being demolished. Just some more context. Worthington Avenue, the single family style structures that back up to it. Some of them are used as businesses right now. I'm pointing out that East Boulevard's just right up here. And this is the edge of the district. So as you cross over Cleveland, this is not within the district. The district ends right here on Worthington. And then we have the scope of work. And then Chris, I have you on site plan. The applicants have also provided some information in the, I don't have it pulled up. Let me pull up the agenda supplement that there was a more detailed, I believe, site plan and some inspiration images. Chris, if you give me 1 second.
Sure.
Let's see here. Yeah, so you also had showing some of the existing zoning and then an updated site plan that it just provided so much more detail on actually the building widths and the bays and the parking. And Chris, is there anything where do you want to start, I guess? Do you want to start here? Do you want to start?
Yeah, we'll start here. And thank you for noting that all of the surrounding properties are commercial business use. And we are nestled in here nicely alongside a fairly large project to our south, which I believe is called the Tremont, a vacant lot to the north, and then I believe a hair salon and a tattoo parlor. Things that we've been trying to do, again, maintain what would have been a rhythm if this building had been built, say, in the 20s. We are currently showing parking access via the alley. We are not required by zoning to provide parking unless there is a future restaurant moving into the building. So we are providing parking with that caveat. We are abiding by all of the zoning setbacks. And we're paying special attention just in how we handle the front of the building to really recreate what you might have seen with a storefront that would have been, again, built in the early 1900s. We are providing a 5-foot buffer per zoning to the north and to the rear. And that buffer, I should call it it's basically a landscape strip, and that's all that's required. And then sidewalks, of course, leading to the public way. As you can see, and I know that this is not a plan-intensive review, it's more about the exterior and the siding, but a fairly small building. And then when you factor in the stairwells, you can see the relative scale of the space. I think with that, we can move into more imagery, Christy. Wanted to first touch on, we are showing the elevation on the front, if you will, the street front and the front corners with hangar style windows. The reason we're doing this is that allows for those windows to be open and to create awnings. The great thing about those, and that we've used this manufacturer before, we can mimic the look of a double hung window, and that's what you saw on the previous slide. And these tripart double hungs on the front. But that also allows, let's say we do have a tenant that wants an indoor-outdoor feel, they would be able to open those windows. So these are windows from a manufacturer we've used. We've used these particular ones at Suffolk Punch, which is right up in South End, the conversion of a 1940s commercial building. So that's one detail that we think is specific to this design. And since we're here on this front elevation, maybe I would ask that we go back to just see the context scale, and then we'll get to this and talk in detail about the front elevation. So Cleveland Avenue, and you can see our scale in relationship to the Tremont, which is the multifamily to the right. And then as we move farther to the left, the historic church, and then the single family, well, what was single family and now commercial to our left. And you can see the grade falling from left to right down to Tremont. And then as we go to perhaps, I don't know what those little images are. Can't really see, but we'll go back to the front elevation perhaps. And worth noting, per zoning, we have to have a 16-foot floor to floor from entry level to the floor of the second level. And then we have 10-foot ceilings above there. And then within, again, the front, we've got a canopy that's occurring above the storefront. And we do have details really of all of these ins and outs and the ornamental brickwork, but you'll see that this building, the front elevation and the sides is primarily brick, and we do have ornamental patterning within each bay. The cornice is brick as well, and then the coping also steps out as a secondary cornice at the top of the building. We do have signage shown along that canopy, and we do understand that there's a 10-foot maximum per HDC guidelines, and so we would be abiding by that size restriction. Also worth noting, our storefronts are multiple profile, in that we are again recreating that historic look with tile base. Ceramic tile base down there, and we like to keep that base below 16 inches just to maximize that traditional retail storefront look. Now, I also want to touch on with this image, there is a bay projection to the left-hand side, which is the northern side of the building. That's rendered in a lighter gray because that's pushed back a bit from the front facade. And that again is inspired by traditional bay projections that you might see on the sides of commercial buildings that affront an alleyway or a street. Okay, perhaps next slide. Here you see how those hanger style windows would work. We love these in that this allows potential tenants to transform into an indoor-outdoor configuration without having to do, say, a porch or a rooftop patio. Helps us, be nice neighbors, and we think we'll do a great job of fitting with this, again, commercial, mercantile type building. The circles that you see are enlargements that we have elsewhere as far as details, and you can see in our tiny little text there, all of the information. Again, everything you're seeing here is in brick, with the exception of the profiled steel canopy atop the tenant door and the general building door that you see to the right. We've got a retail storefront showcase in the center. Worth noting just on these, we do have some significant brick corbelling. Those are typically soldier bonds that are corbelling out both underneath the bays, and we're doing a similar feature up at the cornice line. So going to be a lot of really interesting brick details as we skin this building. Also worth noting, there is a brick water table happening at about 4 feet high around the perimeter of the building. Again, just hearkening back to what you might see on a historic building. Let's see. Worth noting as well, we're locating HVAC on the roof, so no need for that. We've got a parapet wall, so that's going to be cloaked. I'm reading our notes, bear with me. I think I've touched on everything there. Just a random note, and I think I have it here somewhere. Our building height at the front is 45 feet. And that's noted on that previous image. Okay, as we go to, here are all your details. All of the dimensioning is based on masonry dimensions. And I don't know, Christy, if you guys can zoom way in, you'll be able to see all the patterning. And apologies, so we've got a combination of running bond, soldier course, stack bond, celebrated seals, corbelling. Yeah. It's going to, the masons are going to love us. Okay, as we go to the north elevation, if you will, or the left-hand side, we have panelized projected bays. Within those bays are paired double hung windows that are all 1/1s. This is being clad in a cementitious panel and trim. And we also have follow-up notes and details for all of these dimensions, both in widths and relief as far as depths go. And we had noted on looking at the front elevation that these are at least visually supported by the corbelled bricks of the skin that occur in threes underneath each of these bays. And between the bays, there is a projection as well, but not quite as much. And you can read that with our shadow lines. That is brick as well. Worth noting, it's going to be a goal of ours to regionally source this brick. And we see this occurring in the red to brown family, as you would have seen in really any locally sourced brick within about a 50-mile radius. Worth noting on this side elevation, you can see the amount of grade differential, probably about 4 to 5 feet front to back. Also worth noting, you can see the steel canopy and the insets on the corner for each. What you're seeing here is the inset for the tenant entry, and opposite of this would be the inset for the overall building entry. Also worth noting here, we do have another bay to the rear, and you're seeing that in a slightly less a ghosted gray tone as well. Do want to note that the parapet line along the front, the side, and the rear is held continuous, and we are doing a shed roof behind the parapet, and we're locating all of our gutters and downspouts on the southern elevation that is between us and the Tremont. And then you're seeing here those hanger style windows. If they are opened, they only occur in the first bay coming back from the street. So if you recall, that kind of allows for that cross ventilation, and that is occurring all along that first small kind of half bay along the street. I think we have so many elevations. I can't even read those. So as we go to the rear, we have the same bay with windows on the top floor only. We anticipate back of house functions occurring again on level 2, so we are not showing windows on that level on this elevation. And you are also seeing those 3 doors that are to the bottom right. One of those is the exit door from the fire egress stair. One of those is a riser room, I believe, and one is the electrical panel. So more kind of functional elements there. And again, this is our elevation opposite the street facing the parking. A little bit more information there. This is more of the same as far as our enlarged detail sheets. And you can see that the brick patterning here mimics the sides, less ornamental treatment on the rear as you would have seen with a traditional commercial building. And then as we go now to the elevation between us and the Tremont, the only folks that are going to be able to see this elevation are folks that live in the Tremont, but we did take some cues from what you may have seen in other historic buildings where we are bricking in what looks like former window openings, just to give a little bit of relief and rhythm to this elevation. And then of course we do have some windows. Worth noting here, we are within, I believe, about 10 feet of the building opposite. So we are only allowed a low percentage of actual windows just because of fire separation. This is also the side that you're seeing our downspouts, and we're trying to use the gutters to reinforce that rhythm and kind of feature those, if you will, on the facade just to, again, create some rhythm there. Let's see, more of the same as far as dimensions, and then as we get into some of our bubble enlargements, and these are telling very specific dimensions as far as trim, relief, corbelling, brick recesses, and this would be our direct translation into working drawings, of course, with your feedback. And then I think we have a few precedent images of similar scaled buildings, and thanks to Jennifer, she helped us with this endeavor. Some of these are going to be very familiar to you, and I would just say takeaways might be scale, brick detail, the simplicity of the windows, nice rhythms, but fairly simple, and really nice storefronts. That ground floor would traditionally have been significantly taller ceiling-scape wise than what you would see on the upper floors. And so here are these, really great local examples. And then just around the corner, we're seeing Dilworth Tasting Room, which will forever be Dilworth Billiards to me, and Ed's Tavern. So similar type brick detailing. So our extended bays, we've got some, examples. I don't think that there's anything contrary to what historic precedent that you might see. And I think we also have within our additional supplements some more of these examples of extended bays.
We have your supplement pulled up.
Mhm.
Do you want to walk through these, or?
Yeah, let's look at a few of these. Thank you, Christy. I'm going to try to see these on my screen. I've, of course, came with my small laptop, and my eyes are going to be bleeding by the end of this. So these are those hanger style windows. What you're not seeing here, and what we can do per the manufacturer, is introduce verticals. So we would be using those verticals to mimic that tripartite double hung window configuration that you saw on that front elevation. And then I think we have maybe some historic storefronts that are some of our guiding principles on, on the next slide, if you will. We are doing a metal clad window with a bronze finish. We are not doing a 6/1. We are doing a 1/1. So less muttons than what you're seeing here. And then just historic storefront inspiration. So you're seeing a base of ceramic tile in the example to the left and to the center. I think both of these as well kind of show that historic precedent of a higher ceiling. And then to the right, historic precedent of steel entrance canopies with a little bit of profile and a fairly simplistic look. And this is very similar to the front of our building, and that we have four brick pillars with the canopy suspended in unison with those pillars. Okay, yeah, and so we pulled these, which were again more traditionally, in some cases, commercial, in some cases residential, projected bays on the sides of these buildings of a similar scale, and these were our inspiration as we looked at those side bays and rear bay. And I believe that's all of those. Christy, anything else here that we've not touched on? I think that's
I think
probably.
we've gone through the whole presentation. Thomas, yes, sir.
Thank you, Christy. Madam Chair, members of the commission, I just want to make sure I relay to you all that, again, for purposes of this building, the use of the building in regards to its aspects, residential, commercial, is not before this board. It's not part of your jurisdiction and purview. So I do want to make sure, as you're evaluating it under the actual guidelines, that you are not taking into consideration any commercial use or residential use in that regard. That is, again, a zoning matter, not necessarily before the board for historic district aspects. You may use it again as part of your formulation of guideline principles, but not actually what it will be used for, so to speak.
Thanks, Thomas.
Thank you.
We have a number of callers.
Okay.
Okay, Kiera, you've been waiting longest. Let's start with you. Are you with us, Kiera?
Yes, I am. Thank you. Thank you for
Hi.
recognizing me.
Yeah,
Hello.
Kiera, have you been sworn in?
I have not, and unfortunately, my computer system does not include camera equipment.
That's okay.
So I don't know if that.
Okay, so I have my list is Kiera, we have Doug, Rick. If you are any name that I've called out, or if you've called in and I didn't say your name, please be sworn in at this time.
All right, if you all will raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right.
Thanks, Kiera.
Thank you.
If you would state your name and your address and spell your name for the court reporter.
Yes, my name is Kiera Jones, Kiera Jones, and I'm calling on behalf of address 301 East Tremont Avenue.
Thanks, Kiera. You may proceed with your comments.
So I'd like to start out with a few questions, per se, based on what's been presented here today. The questions I'd like to start with, as far as the exterior, are there exterior porches and or patios on either end of the building?
It does not appear that that's being suggested. There is a lot of talk about the hangar style windows, but when closed, that will all be interior space. We can certainly ask the applicants to confirm. Chris, would you like to confirm? No patios, no patios, balconies, those sorts of things?
Correct.
Thank you.
Well, and more so, I guess I'm looking at the common space. The comment would be common space located on the exterior of the building is a bit of a concern. And we just, we're interested in that.
Are you talking the front or the back?
Either, at any portion of the building.
Chris, any comments about common space?
Yeah, they're really aside from the sidewalk area on the front facing Cleveland, there is sidewalk space, but there's There are no porches, patios, rooftop terraces, nothing like that.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. The other question I have, it's a question and also just a concern. The Tremont on the side that the building will be installed, we deal with quite a bit of drainage issues. Can you speak on that, or may I ask to get more information on how that's going to be addressed?
Sure. I can't get into specifics, but we work with some really good civil engineers, and we have to do all that per code. And it's just going to be a part of our construction documents to make sure that we're handling all of that. We can't let water flow just anywhere, so we'll be taking care of that stormwater.
Thank you. And then last request, is there a way that we can request to see that information at some point, to be presented with a plan so that that can be shown to the HOA board for the Tremont?
I think that would be Kira, that would be a separate process that I think you would connect you with Chris. But the drainage and runoff isn't under the purview of this commission. It would be under the purview of like stormwater and land development. So I'm more than happy to connect you with those staff members and then also connect you and Chris, if that's okay, Chris.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments, Kira?
I'm just trying to see if, okay, it doesn't look like Doug was able to join the call. I just wanted to make sure that he had a chance to ask any questions that he had. I don't have any other questions.
Okay, thank you. I think Doug is on. Doug, are you with us?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yeah. Hi, Doug.
Oh.
Welcome.
Hi, how are you?
Good. Confirm you were just sworn in for me, please.
Yes, I confirm I was sworn in.
Perfect. And state your name and spell your name
It's
and provide your address for the court reporter, please.
it's Doug Utter. Address is 301 East Tremont, Unit 214, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28203. And as Kira said, I'm the HOA board president for the Tremont. So I apologize, I was joined late, so I caught some of the presentation. But I'm glad Kira asked the question, because the drainage was one of the questions that I was going to ask, because currently we have, that is a concern of ours, because we do have a structure in the back of our property that we would want to make sure that it's taken care of, because we do have some current drainage mitigation right now with the current property. I guess one of the questions I had was, and again, maybe you guys covered this and I do apologize, but what is the parking process or rules or guidance for this property?
Sure. That's not under the purview of the commission. The Historic District Commission doesn't require any amount of parking, so that will be covered by the TOD, the Transit Oriented Development zoning of this lot. And I'm going to turn that over to Chris because he knows a lot more about that than me.
I was needing to unmute myself. So I can speak a little bit to the zoning. We are not required, dependent on the type of tenant that might, lease space here. So let's say it's a community retail or an office, we wouldn't be required to provide any parking. However, we thought it prudent to provide parking just to relieve some of the on-street parking needs and such. If we were to have a food service tenant, we would be required to provide some parking. So that was the thought process here. And again, I just did want to touch on, per the TOD zoning, we are providing a landscape buffer between this property and your building.
So just so I understand, this will be a multi-unit building. there'll be no parking for the residents?
There are no residents. Sorry, this isn't a residential building.
Okay.
It would be and it may very well be a single tenant building. We don't know yet.
Okay.
It's going to have three floors of 4 lease space.
Okay.
There's a tongue twister there.
Okay. So for all commercial space.
Correct.
Okay.
Thanks,
Go ahead.
Doug. Is there anything else?
No, that was all. Thank you.
Okay, I'll follow up with you and Kira on that requested information as well after the meeting. Rick, are you with us?
There you go. Sorry, took me a minute to unmute.
Hi, Rick.
Hello.
Welcome back. Would you speak up loud and clear so we can hear you and state your name, and spell your last name and your address for the court reporter, and then you may make your remarks.
Sure, it's Rick Cohen. The last name is spelled Cohan. I'm at 1912 Euclid Avenue, Charlotte 28203, which is the property directly adjacent to and behind the proposed structure. And, you know, I obviously.
Mr. Cohen?
Yep.
I'm sorry to interrupt your commentary. Could you please verify for the record whether you have been sworn in previously?
Yes, I was sworn in. I was on mute apparently, but I was sworn in when they swore in Kira.
Okay, just want to make sure for the record. I do apologize for interrupting, but you may continue.
No, that's fine. You know, my concern is again, you know, sort of my concern with the previously approved structure is on the massing, height, and scale. And when I look at the application, I see that they're addressing width, spacing, and context, but I don't see anything that directly addresses that. So it's, you know, somewhat hard for, I think, anyone, certainly for me, to really, you know, necessarily address and see, you know, what the applicant's, you know, view is on it. But, you know, in looking at the historic properties that are within sort of the 360-degree purview of the building, I think the only one that's of a similar sort of height and massing is the old Bonterra building. But, you know, when you look at the property footprint, obviously the property of the Bonterra is much larger than the property footprint of this building, you know, in terms of the lot size, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So the amount of building per lot size seems to be much larger. Again, just looking at you know, my limited view of looking at the drawings and seeing what's on Bonterra's lot. And so, you know, what to me, it doesn't really fit in with the neighborhood where, you know, whether it's the residential, I'll call them style businesses, or, you know, in terms of my house, which is still residential, the residential areas around it, you know, is way more. And again, you know, taking the Tremont out of it, which is not a historic building, and, you know, on my understanding of the guidelines should not be taken into account in looking at these criterion. You know, I don't see how it fits in. So that's my first sort of concern is I don't think it fits, and I'd like, you know, to see, you know, how the applicant thinks that fits. You know, the other thing is, just from my perspective as being in the back of the building, it looks like to me when I look at it that the actual back of the building, you know, is actually higher than what's on the front. And so, you know, I've got even more of a brick wall facing my backyard than you know, than what's on the other side of the street. And I just, you know, certainly would like to see something that steps down to, you know, sort of my small residential building and property. And also, I didn't see anything in the drawings that told me that there was going to be any sort of screening between the back of their building, again, the brick wall, and my building. So those are my concerns with the project. Also for Kira, and I think it was Doug, you know, I'd also like to be involved in the drainage, because obviously where I am, I also have some drainage issues. And so maybe we can all touch base. I'm sort of right behind you, and on 1912, we can talk about that. But in terms of the things that are the purview of HTC, it's really the height, massing and scale, and you know, whether that's really appropriate for, you know, the neighborhood.
Thank you, Rick. Is there anyone else on the line who wishes to speak? Jody, Ellen, Kirkwood?
Are you there?
Hello? Yes, who is this?
Hello. Hi, this is Jody Rosenthal.
Hi, Jody. Welcome. Jody, were you sworn in?
I have not been.
Okay.
All right, Jody, if you will, please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Hey, Jody, if you would state your name, spell your last name, and your address for the court reporter, please, then you may begin your remarks.
Sure. So it's Jodi, last name Rosenthal, Rosenthal. And I live at 301 East Tremont Ave.
And what are your questions or remarks?
So first of all, I was wondering, the right at the end of the initial conversation before you started taking questions, there was something that was confusing to me about, I know that this is not a residential property, but I just wanted to confirm based on the last gentleman that spoke, it just sounded like kind of confusing as to, is this going to 100% be a commercial building no matter what with commercial clients?
Chris?
Yes, Jody, the intention is for this to be all commercial, no residential. And we are, you know, approaching it in that fashion. It is set up that it has the potential to be multiple tenants. The way it's currently space planned, we have the ability to have each floor be separate or have the floors connected internally. So, but the way we're viewing this, the way we are designing it, it would be 100% commercial.
So no matter what, whether it would be designed, you know, for each tenant on whatever have you, it'll definitely be commercial.
That's our understanding, and I don't know if Jennifer, Jennifer's the owner, if you would like to speak in regards, but that is the way we're designing. We have to approach it a certain way just based on the way we design and construct the building, and detail the building and handle fire egress and that type of thing. It's kind of a different set of rules than it would be if it were a residential building.
Yeah, our intention is for it to be a multi-tenant commercial building. Obviously, I can't speak to what a future owner would do decades from now. Obviously, they could possibly convert that to a residential building, but I can't, you know, that would obviously be a big undertaking to take it from a multi-tenant commercial building to a residential use. So, and obviously that area is a great mix of residential and commercial. So I think the commercial fits in well there.
And so the reason I asked is because, like, for example, we have underground parking at the Tremont, but and I know that parking is considered, from what I heard earlier, you know, within the hour, it's considered in a different whole environment that you have to get involved in. But based on my own experience, the amount of parking around that, the proposed building, as well as East Tremont, you know, all the way around, it is like there are no parking spots left. I mean, outside, it's just packed. And the Dilworth tasting room, it takes up a good part of it because...
Jody, I'm so sorry. This is Christy Harpst. I'm the program manager. This board does not get into parking, and so that would need to be discussed with our land development group. So we're going to focus on the design standards this board does review, and that is we do get into the screening of the parking if it's on site and the appearance of the building, height, size, scale, massing, and all of those good things. Do you have any comments to offer on any of those things?
Yes. What is the approval? How far in the approval process are you?
This is the first step.
This is their
Okay,
first
so-
meeting with the commission.
I see. Okay. All right. Well, that was my only question. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think there are any other callers.
Okay. All right. So then we will, commissioners, ask questions of the applicant. I will start. Chris, I want to say that I love your work. You are working on, or you did a design in my neighborhood, Wesley Heights, and I think that you're quite talented. So now that I've put that out there, I have questions about fenestration. It is my understanding that we typically want to look at a 15 to 35% use of openings on the structure. Is that different if it's commercial?
I'm not sure. Are you asking, is that question directed toward me?
It is, yes. But is there a certain bar for the percent of open space that you're supposed to have on the building?
Okay, so are we talking about, I'm sorry, fenestration or land use?
Talking about the windows. So
Okay, yeah.
ultimately, I'm getting to the windows.
Sure, I
Yeah.
got you. Yeah,
Mhm.
so I don't think that, we kind of use rule of thumb, knowing that this is going to be a potential multi-tenant. We err on the side of perhaps too much window, if you will. So we do have a fairly high percentage of fenestration. We, based on the space planning, are limited, and also based on the fire protection distances between us and the Tremont, we're limited on that side, really, on the amount of windows, but really focusing on the front and the northern elevation to get the majority of those windows.
Mm-hmm. And so my next question would be this, on storefronts, particularly the ones that you cited as precedent for this, and in all of our buildings, the primary floor has the largest use of window space, and then it decreases as we go higher. That's not the case on this front elevation. And so can you tell us the process and why you've done it this way?
Sure. So we approach this like one might if this were a traditional mercantile first floor use, where you are really maximizing visibility at the street front or where pedestrians would be. And then along the sides, we obviously have windows, but we've decreased the amount, understanding that someone selling their goods needs area to put their display shelving and the like. So if we perhaps look at the north elevation, you'll see that there are definitely windows there, but they are facing what is in fact an alleyway. And if you kind of venture to imagine that being perhaps a retail shop or a bakery or the like, neighborhood retail, we would need to have a certain amount of that wall surface dedicated to just merchandising and the like.
Okay. The hanger windows, I think it's a clever way to get to break up the transition between or to rather create a little segue between the interior and exterior. So instead of having balconies, you have these. So my question would be, where's the precedent for that? And I don't know when the hanger windows came about. Is that something that's historic that would line up with a 1920s style building?
Hanger windows have been around in many settings, and I think if the want or from just a historic precedent standpoint is for us to look for those, we can. However, I do think that we are looking to, use historic precedent as inspiration, but do something new. And when I say do something new, I don't mean earth shattering by any means, but when this is, enclosed, it looks like a normal tripartite double hung window. And then when it is open during those nice days, they simply look like really nice glass awnings. So definitely not something you see every day. And I think we could find historic precedents. You would find them like the name hangar style. These were used historically in airport hangars with really larger scale doorways. Locally, again, I think I mentioned we did place these in the Suffolk Punch project, not in the historic district, but a 1940s brick building. And I do think that successfully utilizing that versus applying a lot of awnings and accordion style doors and that type of thing, we felt that this was really the best of all worlds to get the look and to solve a problem without putting exterior porches, exterior patios, and rooftop terraces.
And I think it does that. I think the challenge is in what it does to the streetscape, because even though the building is beautiful and we want it to be, we also don't want to distract from the collective as opposed to just bringing attention to one building, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we also, in the trim on, I'm looking at 21, the window trim, we usually see it between like double gang, triple gang windows. We usually see a thicker trim. What is the size trim on these?
Sure. There is and Christy, I apologize. Somewhere in this packet, there are enlargements that show dimensionally all of those trim sizes. There we go. To the right there, you can see those trims associated with the
What's
windows.
that?
Slide 30.
Okay.
Chris, I'm not sure that's exactly what Kim is looking for, but I
Yeah.
will let Kim share that.
Yeah, no, that's not what I'm looking for. If we go back to where were we? That was 20, I think.
Was it 21?
21, thank you. The trim between each set of windows is usually thicker when we're looking. And so I don't know, and it's one strip, not, it's a thicker strip that divides the two when they are grouped together, the two or the three. And so I want to know what the dimensions of the little trim that's dividing them currently on this elevation is.
She's talking about the malls.
Yeah. So to be clear, though, that is a double window unit. That is not a mutton in between. So that would be roughly about 1.75 inches, and then that would descend into the window jamb itself. I'm looking at my teams online, and they're texting me photographs and dimensions. So that would be a double hung, double unit, and that would be the factory trim between that unit. So that's a fairly minimal trim associated with the entire window unit.
Christy, have we done that before?
We don't do factory malls.
Okay. So then now let's look at the other side, the side that faces the Tremont.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that again? When you say you don't do factory malls, tell me what that
Don't do
means.
factory mold windows. We require them to be trimmed out as appropriate for ganged windows and like with historical trim profiles. But I'm going to let the commission speak to that. Chris Barth, Kim can speak to that. Krista.
I'll ask a few more questions and then we can circle back to that. So looking at the windows, because it's all windows all the time, there are some that are horizontal, there are some that are vertical, there are some that, the hangers would be, and for lack of a better word to use, Chris, squatty. So what we like is consistency, as you know, throughout. So I will mention this in deliberation. Will you address that now?
I want to give them some more feedback on what you're looking at. Are you talking
Yes,
about-
so looking at the hanger windows, those, the storefront windows and the hanger windows on the front elevation, I'm looking at page 20. The storefront windows are taller, more rectangular. The hanger windows, more square. The windows on the projected bay, skinny, tall, rectangular. Then we go to page 21, and we have, rectangular windows with the horizontal transoms on the top. And then if we're looking at the, let's see, page 22, then actually let's go a better look would be the rear, page 24. We have the squares together. It's just a lot of different kinds of windows put together. And, obviously I don't have to tell you that one of the points of the windows is to unify the look of the place. And so the windows don't look unified. So can you speak to your process and will you speak to your process and your thought process behind all of the various windows that you're using on this building?
Sure. And perhaps we go back to the front elevation, and forgive me, I don't think I can draw using this program. I'm used to Zoom, and my apologies, but I'll just verbally describe this. The intention is that all of our windows are vertically oriented. So as we zoom into these, you can see that these are three vertically oriented double hung windows, vertical rectangles. And you'll see the kinship between the slender window on the bay projection and the outer third of each of the tripartite. So those are three separate windows. Vertically oriented. And then as we go to the side, we've taken that center window and put those side by side. If we go to the northern elevation, or the north elevation, I should say. We took that same window and we placed those side by side, and we're using that same window as well on level 1. So you'll see in the front bays, the side bays on the lower portion, and then all the supplemental windows, we're using that same vertical double hung window. We did opt to do a horizontal transom at the base, just to bring some kinship to the storefront. So you can see that consistent window head. And then in the, again, you see that slender window on the back bay projection. And in the back bay, 2 windows as well, sitting side by side. The trim detail here would match what we have on the sides. We have a little bit of a graphic, but you can see that that's actually 2 windows, not 1 square window. So it is absolutely our intention to have all vertically oriented rectilinear windows. We're using the same window on the majority of the facades, actual size. And then with the front, the storefront, it kind of speaks for itself as far as just the proportion. We've got that traditional high ceiling. I apologize, Chrissy. I was talking one more time about that. I forgot to mention the storefront on the street front. A little bit different set of rules there, just because it would be a retail storefront. So we are holding the 8-foot head height above the doors, and then we have larger glass above, but really trying to maximize as large a picture window as possible for that. And again, just following historic precedent on how that might be handled.
Sure. Will you restate what you said about the rear windows? I was looking at the other 1920s buildings that you included, and I missed that. You said that they were vertical?
Yes, this is two windows alongside one another. The graphic, we don't have that same trim in between, but that is the intention, that these are two windows, not one single, two vertical rectangles, not a square or a horizontal rectangle.
Okay. Okay. So as I look at the buildings that you included on slide 31 for inspiration, and look, I know that it appears anyway, that you are taking a new look at an old theme, right? However, looking at the storefront buildings, the 1920s commercial buildings that you've included on slide 31, the storefront, once again, is the star. And then all of the other buildings are pretty consistent. They're the same kind of building, the same shape. And so it appears to my layman's eye to be different on the elevation that you're presenting today. So what am I missing?
Let's maybe look at specifics here. And I apologize there. Let's look perhaps at the building to the top right, which I think may be Cabo Fish Taco. So you'll see there the larger storefront windows, picture windows, if you will, with the base. This one's at about 24 inches. Ours is about 16 inches. Head occurring above the door. That's a 7-foot door. Their primary head's up more toward about 9 feet. Horizontal windows happening above vertically oriented windows, and all of those being treated with, again, large picture type stationary pieces. So that's perhaps our closest precedent. So you do see that combination of vertical geometry combined with horizontal geometry. And more than happy to look at those other elevations, but this is really probably our best precedent. This one, of course, doesn't have a horizontal awning, but that's where we're coming from there.
Sure. And so that is the primary level, right? So that's where all the action's happening. But then as we get to the second floor, both on the front elevation and the side elevations, those windows are pretty consistent, and they're like the backup dancers to the star on the front. So ours, we have a lot of stars on yours, as it appears to me. And so I'm just looking for, I guess, more clarity, more understanding of your thought process.
Okay, I think I understand perhaps the question a little bit more. We're trying to hit that kind of nice balance of beautifully detailed brick building, but at the same time a fairly regular bay structure, if you will, so that the structure, the rhythm, everything is pretty obvious in this building. And we felt like it was the tripartite windows above the storefront with the matching rhythm or brick bay was just a handsome elevation. And it allowed us as well to up the percentage of glass on those upper floors. I think that, our precedents are showing less glass than we're showing. But I don't think that it detracts from the historic inspiration. Our goal is not to copy, it's to be inspired by, or to kind of recognize the spirit or the essence of what would be the inspiration. And then, do some things which are, in some cases, founded in historic ideas, but perhaps something new. And that's where you see like the hangar windows. That was, our attempt to potentially attract a restaurant client or tenant, I should say, without putting all of their patrons on the roof of the building or doing some odd porch or something like that. So again, there's some thought here into just how to handle that in a atypical way. But the inspiration's there from the historic precedent.
Okay, thank you. And then final questions, and then I will shut up. On the right elevation, you don't have the windows, but you've done the thing that we ask. Usually when there is a window, you've inset it like there were windows there. Typically on the primary, the street view, if you will. And I know you said you wouldn't see it, that only your neighbors would see it, but we're not just talking about driving by in cars. We're talking about pedestrians walking by, right? And there's a lot of foot traffic over there. And so, as one commissioner, the challenge will be for me, because I do love the glass, I do love the openings, but I also love the rhythm of the street, right? And so I think that breaks up that rhythm because you don't have those windows there. And so I will bring that up during deliberation. Just thought that I put it out there so you can speak to it now. And then then the last question that I have is about the precedent for the projected bays on historic buildings within the Dilworth community.
Mhm. Yeah, I'll start with, we are limited on this side because of our separation from the Tremont. We literally have only a small percentage of openings that we can put in here per code. And so understanding that challenge, we place the majority of that fenestration or windows up toward the street for the very reason that you mentioned. So they're visible for pedestrians and drivers and folks going by. Understanding that this building is somewhat close to the Tremont, just your view angle would be such that you're not going to always be able to see the depths of the building. And then we strategically place the windows that we could in such a way that the overall composition of the elevation is balanced and has a nice rhythm. So there's just a code reality that we were challenged with here. I would also like to note to your earlier question about consistency of window. This is perhaps a good example of the tripartite window in the front. We see that same window showing up here as a single, and then we see the flanking window on the rear bay projection. So we are using that same window on every elevation, either in its wider form or its more slender form.
Okay, in the projected bay, the precedent for it in Dilworth on historic buildings?
Yeah, again, this has inspiration based on an era. We don't have a specific building in Dilworth that we were mimicking. We were using more buildings of the era and using detailing of the era for those. So I can't give you an address or anything like that.
Okay, thanks, Chris. All right, commissioners, other questions?
I do have a question. Where is the dumpster on for this building?
Sure. So that is also tenant specific. The only real need if we were to have a restaurant down the road, which again, we don't know, we would need to do an enclosure for, but that would have to go back in front of the HDC as a future. We wouldn't want to propose it now if we don't need to. For instance, if these were office tenants, they wouldn't need any type of satellite dumpster. They would have rollouts within their spaces that we would locate within closets, and then they would roll them out. So because we don't know the tenant, we don't know what will be the ultimate scenario on trash.
Okay, so just to clarify, it could possibly be that the dumpsters are kept inside of the building.
Correct.
Okay.
Because we have an elevator and we have an on-grade exit, this could be, depending on the tenant, it's dependent on the amount of trash or recycling they might produce.
So just to follow up on that, if you do get that coveted restaurant tenant, what then?
We don't get into use. Like if
for the trash, for the dumpster.
Yeah, they'll come back.
Okay,
They'll have to come back for it.
all right,
Yeah.
awesome. Other questions? Commissioner Lineberger?
Yeah, I wanted to clarify the Christie on slide, if you could go back to 19, please, that elevation showing the hangar windows open. Just clarify what we're seeing there on that elevation, once they're open, that balcony detail.
Sure. So the window goes from the brick seal all the way up to the head. What you're seeing ghosted there in a light gray is basically a guardrail. So the window height goes down to say 18 inches above finished floor. So once those open, you're seeing to the interior of the building, we would have to have again on the interior, a guardrail at 42 inches just for safety purposes.
So your vision is that's really kind of an open porch once those are open. Is that?
We haven't designed the interior yet. And it's hard to know what potential tenants would want the decor of that interior to be. But we are intrigued by this idea that you're seeing into the building and that you have that open air look. However, we don't know yet what that decor would be.
I think this is where some of the questions from the adjacent property owners may have come from, when they were asking about common area. Especially if this were to have I know we don't get into use, as Christy just said, but they're trying to, I think that and I'm trying to understand what actually is happening there potentially, and what is created once those are open, if that's just a full open area. As we know, there's many examples of restaurants in South End, and as you said, Soulful Punch, that have that ability to fill up and be an open air space. So I think that's where that question came from.
Sure. And that is one reason, if I may, we position this facing the street. And, a little bit wrapping around the corner, very much being aware of the fact of, when these are open, and there's folks there, that's, activity, but the activity faces the street.
And then one other question, I just wanted to ask about the plan, and it's on the supplemental information. It doesn't seem that the plan, and I'm going back to Kim's addressing, she thoroughly vetted the fenestration. But the fenestration and the window openings shown on the plan don't seem to correspond with the elevation. And I just wanted to ask, I know that you're still in some conceptual design here, but.
Yeah, we're going to default to the elevations just based on kind of the way in which we would, look to the HDC's, input. I'm not sure. I think that let's look at the elevation, and I can tell you just in a moment. I think if anything, we've adjusted the rhythm to be more of a straight rhythm of double hung windows on the side. If you might be able to scroll down and look at that side elevation. Okay, no, those do correspond, at least amongst those bays, and I'm sitting here trying to draw on the screen, it doesn't work. The storefront window at the front, it's a corner window, it turns the corner, and then those double hungs underneath each bay are going along there with that rhythm. If anything, let's look back at the plan. Yeah, our back window is not showing up. So we just need to put that rear window in. I'm sorry, on the bottom, plan bottom, but we always default to the elevations just given the HDC process.
Okay, I'm just seeing that there are these two that are fairly close together on either side of the elevator. Yeah, Christy, I'm on the other
Oh,
side.
okay, you're up on that side. I got you.
Yeah, when I see that, compared to the elevation, that's a huge expanse of wall between the front window and then the next window mid-building.
I got you. Yeah, we would, I
Yes.
got you. I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong side of the building. Yeah, we would default to what we have on the elevation. That's capturing kind of the essence of the intention.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Commissioner Barth.
Great presentation, Chris, and beautiful building. Just for clarity, I think the hangar windows are an ingenious solution. I think you've kind of caught wind that some of the commissioners have difficulty with them, just in that, we typically like to go to more traditional window operation and that sort of thing. And some of the comments that Commissioner Parati and Commissioner Lineberger and some of the other folks were speaking to is, particularly on the side elevations, the double hung windows, typically we like to add at least a 6-inch mole there between the windows to mimic double hung windows that would have had sash weights or some configuration like that. So we'd likely request that you guys mimic that. And then your hangar windows that you're using to sort of reflect a double hung look, which I think is creative. But we'd want to again see that mole gap there, just in going to the historical language. Your brick corbelling, Christy, could we go to the details? Let's see. So for the cornice there, you have, I think, 1'2". On some of the examples you've shown in some of the other, brick historic buildings in our districts, we typically, at least to my knowledge, don't see corbelling stepping quite that severely, specifically that first, the lower course of brick there. Not sure how that's supported. Can you speak a little bit to the stepping of the corbelling and how it's working out?
Sure, we would. Well, the more corbelled brackets, that's a fairly traditional corbel. The ones at the top, the cornice, if you will, we would do a steel ledger at the very bottom just to give us that projection, and then more to a traditional stepping corbel as we move up there to the top, and that would be brake metal at the cap, and there would be a slight angle to that as well, just to get water off of that cornice line.
Okay, and is there a reason why your cornice is that dimension overhanging from the face of the building?
Sure, it's an
Like a
aesthetic.
natural masonry corbel, stepped corbel versus using the lintel or ledger.
Sure, we felt that it was a proportion and aesthetic call, that it gave a nice shadow line, did a nice job of just putting a nice hat, if you will, on the building without going overboard. I think we've all seen some very cornice happy buildings in Charlotte, and we felt that this was enough but not too much, just in its scale, look, and proportion.
Okay, thank you. And can we go to I guess it would be the north elevation, the side one with the box bays. What's your intent for the materiality of those box bays?
Okay, we
Like
have
solid panels.
we have a well, let me just kind of speak to the inspiration. The intention is that it's panel and trim inspired, so any projection off of a masonry building would visually look lighter and physically be lighter. So trim and panel, trim being proud of panel. Materiality, we've called it out as a cementitious panel and cementitious or wood trim. So a combination of both, and to be painted out in a monochromatic fashion.
Thank you. Christy, can you speak to the cementitious paneling? From my understanding, we only do siding in the cementitious material. Paneling and trim would have to be wood, correct?
I think you've approved cementitious panels before.
Gotcha.
I will research it for you.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I will let you know.
Okay,
And
but the idea is that they're meant to look like wood box bays that are trimmed out.
Yeah, and that was our understanding, that there is a precedent within, on commercial buildings within the district, or the districts, I should say, plural.
Great, thank you so much. Christy, could you go to the rear elevation, please? Now you, on the Tremont facing elevation, you've done some great job articulating some, I know you have a fire code issue there, so you had to do some mimicked windows. We obviously have a large expansive blank brick wall here, another tongue twister. Would you be open to, I know this was a programmatic maneuver. Would you be open to articulating some filled in window openings here as well, just to give a little bit of relief on that elevation?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that where that could come into play certainly is on in this case, the first floor, is elevated, a bit. But yeah, we could do something there. Geez, I'm trying to draw again. I can't do it. But I think that's, if we borrow from the south elevation or the Tremont elevation, knowing that the actual Tremont is there, we could borrow from there and do some inset brick infill panels on this elevation as well.
Sure. Okay. And then I see you have hollow metal doors at the rear there. Any examples within the districts on commercial buildings where you've seen that?
I think that, again, being the back of a commercial building, and given security, if it's preferred for those to have some kind of relief panel, we can certainly do that. And within the hollow metal door world, and give those a bit more detail, if you will. But it was just a hope for security and really downplaying the back of this, because you would traditionally have seen, I think we've all walked behind old commercial buildings, and there's, it's a whole other world back there. So that was a thought process with downplaying these guys.
Yeah, so it's more of a utility focus. Okay. Can we go to the site plan, please? And let's look at the front area of the site plan. So there appears to be quite an extensive amount of paved sidewalk area, with the exception of a small planting strip along Cleveland. Can you speak to how this area is going to be? I mean, is that meant to, if this was a restaurant or something like that, house tables or something, spill out onto the street? What's going on with the front of the building?
I think we have enough space there for, and by right per code, we could. Yeah, we've got two examples here, one with more paving, one with less. The traditional commercial, I think the supplement, Christie, is probably a better example there. The traditional commercial would have had more room there for bistro tables and the like. We have to maintain that landscape strip per zoning. So yeah, we do have a bit of hardscape there. Not a lot. But it could accommodate a few bistro tables if that tenant were to, if that were to be, say, a neighborhood retail or bakery or something of the sort.
We do intend to add some more greenery up there. There's a note. I know it's so small to read, but there is a note that we were kind of pending the exact configuration up there, depending on what happened with the front elevation review. So obviously, we'll be required to put at least one street tree somewhere up there, and I'm sure some other type of little green patch. So kind of TBD on that based on today's review.
And likely dependent on what similar to the dumpster conversation.
Yeah.
Depending on what sort of tenants you have there.
Right.
So I don't, I guess we'll get into that in deliberation. I don't know if we need to see a plan or something related. I think, and then on your signage, can we go to the front again, Christy? Sorry. Signage, I believe our guidelines for multi-tenant commercial buildings, we have allowed for one sign per street frontage. Correct? Yeah.
Yes, very limited signage allowances. But on multi-tenant buildings, the commission has looked at them on a case-by-case basis.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's our understanding, and I think that we may have sent in a supplement that showed a single sign under 10, I think it's 10 square feet. Remind me if I'm wrong there, but.
Sounds right.
Yeah, it depends on if it's attached to the building or not attached and.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We would certainly abide by that.
That might be something else that we'd have to see come back in when you actually do have a tenant for these spaces, because we'll probably want to get fairly specific about that. All right.
It actually says on 8.2 of our standards, not 8, A.2, 1.5 square feet. So, wait,
I got
signs. Yeah, it's number
That's
5.
for secondary, if there's a second
Yeah.
sign.
And so they're,
If a building's on the corner and they need a sign on a secondary.
yeah, number 3, although the dimensions are not in number 3, but they're in this section, A1.
Yeah. I have something I forgot to add when the public was commenting.
Okay.
There was a question brought up to staff about what the land development requirement is for two-way usage on an alley. I don't know what this is, but somebody said they asked if it was 20 feet, and it looks like it's only showing 17. I don't know what the requirement is. It's not our purview. But what we've done in the past when questions like that have come up is we've just said, hey, applicant, can you go figure this out and make sure it doesn't impact the design of your building from land development. So I just wanted to bring that to the commission's attention. Again, it's not our purview.
Sure.
It's more for the applicant's benefit. So we don't approve a building that.
But it's on record.
It's on record. So that's, anyway, I shared that. Thank you. Back to you, Kim. Sorry.
Can I bring up something related to that, Christy?
Yeah.
So great looking at the site plan here. I know on residential buildings, typically we don't pave up to the building. Commercial buildings, is that a different story?
It is not what we asked an applicant of last month at 1512 to 1514 Southwood.
Correct. So given spacing, this alleyway, paving, I think that we'd want to at least see 18 inches off that sidewalk.
Why didn't we ask the other applicant to do it?
We did.
Oh, we did.
We
Okay.
did. Yeah. Yeah. We asked them, they proposed to run the new sidewalk up to the building.
Yeah.
We may, in that case, need to flop our sidewalk to the other side to come up between the Tremont and the building.
Okay.
So that is an option we have.
Okay. Great.
Just out of curiosity, I know that this building is not nearly as close to your, the neighbor behind you as the other one, but you had some vegetation, some kind of tricks that you were going to use with greenery to help with that. Do you still have plans for that with this building?
So right now we don't show trees. We're showing some very large bushes. I think it's noted there, the wintergreen boxwoods. And they do get up to, 4 to 5 feet tall and 4 to 5 feet wide. So we're showing that around that whole parking lot perimeter. We could look at some trees, but I think that does potentially eat into the parking space. So that's where we were hoping we could go with bushes and create screening that way instead.
Okay. All right. For what it's worth, just sitting on the sidelines listening to the last application versus this one, I mean, I think that you all have done a remarkable job, Jennifer and Chris. And so the things that we bring up are, you're being creative and you're pushing the envelope in all the best ways. And so that means that we have to ask questions. Okay. Any other questions before we close for deliberation? Jennifer, Chris, anything you want to add before we close?
I don't think so. Look forward to hearing what your thoughts are.
Yeah, and I would just add, we've got a long history working within the HDC, and I think that we've enjoyed, being able in some past examples of getting feedback from the commission and being able to work through details with the staff. So I would just ask that that possibility be considered as we're looking at forward steps, and just again working in lockstep with staff on anything that needs to be altered or changed or any input. So just a point to ponder. And thank you guys for letting us talk way too much.
Thank you so much. We will now close for deliberation. Commissioners, thoughts? Commissioner Barth, you want to lead us in conversation, sir?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll just provide some of my thoughts to some of the commentary and questions that were asked. I'm not sure yet how I feel about the hangar windows. I think they're extremely creative and cool, but don't know that they work for our districts and how we use our guidelines. As far as the commentary about the front elevation in relation to the storefront and the upper stories, there was one example on, I guess it was slide 31. It was an uptown building. I can't recall the name of it, but I think the storefront windows are tall. The upper story windows are shorter and different language. They're not in a picture storefront format. That bottom, yes, that one right there. Mecklenburg Investment Company building. Yeah, it's a cool one. But I think it has a very similar language to that, in my opinion, at least. So that would be my justification for what they've done here, and I think it's quite nicely executed. I think, other than some of the other things that, I mentioned during the questioning, I don't think I have anything else to add. Those were my biggest things, really.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Lineberger?
I don't have much to add. I think I understand the hangar window dilemma, and I agree. I think it's a really awesome, creative solution. I think that we would need to be sold on that to move forward with it, I guess. And I sold on it, I mean, really understand what that detail is and what it looks like once it's open, as I address the balcony, what that looks like. And also for that, the window detail, obviously, that we're looking for. I think we've all been really clear on that, that you're abundantly clear.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yeah, I think that of course, I agree with Chris. I think the hangar windows are a really nice, cool idea, and I like what they've done. I think I understand the rationale, but I do wonder how it does fit with our standards, and I guess that's the big question for me. I think other than that, I just a few, I think Chris had some interesting questions about the Corbelline, which some of it seemed a little contrived with the having to put steel to project it out. And I would question that, maybe learn a little bit more about it. That's my main thoughts right now.
Okay. Commissioner Wheat.
Nothing to add. I think you all have covered it very thoroughly.
Commissioner Bell.
I agree with everything that's been said. One question I had, and I probably should have asked it when we were open, but this is presented to us as a commercial, yet I felt like I heard the applicant say residential as well for some reason.
No, he was he was
So it's
very clear that as it
100%.
stands now, as was the owner, that for as long as they own it, their intention is for it to be commercial.
Okay. Yeah, I guess the only final observation is I find the design to be creative and inspiring. And I guess some of the other conversations we've had earlier about some of the decisions we make, I'm always inspired by creativity and trying to push the envelope a little bit, but then I also try to think forward about other applicants that may present to us and what challenges would we have with the idea of saying yes to this and no to that future applicant. So I would just ask the commission to have that in the back of our minds as we're, making a decision as we move this applicant forward.
Okay. And Commissioner Hawkins.
I mean, similar to my other fellow commissioners, I agree with several of the points, and I hate that Chris beat me to it, but as you were talking about the windows, I did feel like the Mecklenburg Investment Company building does relate and articulate the commercial front language with the windows, very similar to the applicants. So the windows in general didn't give me heartburn. I would ask if the hangar windows, because this is on the edge of the district, do we have a little bit more flexibility as it relates, because it's on the edge and context becomes a little bit more challenging? Do we have some flexibility there with the hangars? Because I think it's an amazing option, but agree with Commissioner Lineberger needing to understand how that interior, I don't know if it's balcony or railing or whatever it is, how that works and what that looks like.
Okay. Then I will just add that I think everyone knows how I feel about the windows. Whether or not it's clever is beside the point. I started with the fact that it was quite clever and an ingenious way of bringing the outside in and the inside out, in lieu of creating balconies, which of course, if you all remember the last one, and I know this is a completely different application, it's kind of hard to not reference the other one because it was approved, and there were balconies, if I'm remembering it correctly, Juliet balconies there. And so I think that this is a wonderful way to get that without creating the balconies. However, because it is so creative, I believe it is out of step with the streetscape. It's not about this one building or the masterful way that the architect has created this a solution to a particular problem that we might have faced with the other application. It is because the architect is so creative that I think that we can split the difference. I think that it is absolutely true, and it's stated in our standards, that we want to pay homage to the past, but not be held bound by it. Not be held, push the envelope a little. And so if we can dial it back a little, and I clearly think the architect is creative enough to do that, then as one commissioner, I would have, I would feel a little more confident in voting yes for it. I cannot as it stands now. So I think we've talked about the malls that need to be added. So to the double, triple gang windows, much like we see here in the building that both Chris and Michelle have referenced. My question to you all is, how do we feel about the lack of windows, the inset windows on the right elevation? I mean, that is close to the street. It's part of the streetscape. So I have a challenge with that. There is no precedent for the projected bays, not in this historic area. And yes, it's clever, but I think clever does not mean that we have to say yes. Clever is something that we applaud, we revere, but we don't have to say yes because it's clever. There are clever ways to also adhere to our standards, which is what we are here for. So I think splitting the difference between what we have now and what we could have in the future, just pushing it a little, means that we get more in line with what is actually taking place contextually, because that is in fact our charge. So yeah, this is where we are. I can't make a motion though. So, you know, if enough of you feel strongly about the way it is, I mean, some of you have expressed the need to see more with the hanger windows because they are so unique, then maybe we could ask for that. We do need that detail on the windows. We've all agreed to that, so maybe we could ask for that. But I would ask that as we move forward, that you do look at that right side elevation as well as the projected base.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I just want to make sure for purposes of this hearing, not this application, but overall, that you are at least aware of the time and your remaining agenda that you will need to hear. Just want to make sure you're at least aware of that.
Thanks, Thomas. I'm usually the one saying that, not today. Commissioner Barth, will you set forth a motion just to see where we are, and at least we'll have something moving?
I'll do my best. Hopefully I cover everything. If I could, I'd like to summarize first, just where I'm thinking of going. To me, this is a continuation. I think we need to ask the applicant to provide historic examples of this type of hanger style window in our districts, and or provide an alternate fenestration method to go in lieu of those hanger style windows. More of a traditional format. We need better detailing on the window moles, as well as I believe we need to see head, jamb, and sill details in section. As myself and Commissioner Whitlock had mentioned, I think we'd like to see a self-supported brick corbelling detail. The box bay, you know, I'm kind of fine with it. You know, I'm fairly confident that the applicant can find examples in our districts, St. Peter's perhaps, or some other buildings, brick buildings. But I, you know, request that they come back with precedents in our districts. Again, all of this needs to relate back to examples that we see in Charlotte and our historic districts.
On historic buildings?
On historic buildings, correct. Thank you. Restudy of the, I guess, would that be south elevation facing Tremont, as well as the rear elevation. Would like to have the applicant explore adding more fenestration or relief to large expanses of brick. We do not pave against buildings, so would ask the applicant to restudy their permeability standards. And does anybody else have anything that I missed?
I don't have anything, Chris. Commissioner Whitlock.
I might have missed it. Did you pick up on the fenestration on the right side?
Commissioner Whitlock, I know it's counterintuitive.
Fenestration on the
Yeah.
right side, did you pick up?
Yeah,
on
which is at the right elevation. Yeah, I think I said south,
did.
but
You said right and rear.
okay. All right.
Okay.
Well, with that, I'd like to make a motion to continue this application for the following reasons. Requesting that the applicant further study the hangar-style windows by number one, either showing historic precedents on historic buildings within our districts or proposing an alternate, more traditionally appropriate option in lieu of hangar-style windows.
Do you want standards as you go along?
I think it's standard 7.14, number 2.
I have context, but yeah, sure. 7.2 also for context, I think.
And 7.2.
And state interior, the 2.5.
And Department of Interior's
Thank you.
2.5.
Mhm.
Further expanding upon windows, would ask that the applicant include at minimum a 6-inch mole between ganged double-hung window units to replicate traditional window construction. I guess that would also be 7.14, number 2.
Mhm. Also maybe number 1, Commissioner Barth.
And 7.14, number 1 as well. Okay. Third item on windows would request that the applicant perform a restudy of the right and rear elevation for ways to include additional fenestration or human scale elements to minimizing large expanses of brick or blank wall. That would be,
I
I
keep
guess,
that
rhythm.
7.14, yep.
7.14. 4. That'd also be rhythm. Oh, rhythms on the streetscape. Okay. 7.14. And fourth item on windows requests that the applicant provide further section details through window head, sill, and jamb. With regard to brick corbelling, would ask the applicant to take a look at specifically the cornice detail, providing brick corbelling that is self-supporting. And I guess that would be under materials.
That is 7.16.
7.16.
The preamble.
And 2.5 or preamble 7.16.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And yeah.
7.16 preamble.
Mm-hmm.
And number 1. And then I would actually also like to reference 7.13 for cornices and trim.
Mm-hmm.
The next part of my motion, I'd like to reference the site plan, asking that the applicant restudy its permeable or non-permeable surfaces and request that paving not be placed directly up into the building foundation with a minimum spacing of at least 18 inches for planting strip or mulch beds.
Mhm.
That would be,
I think that's 8.9, but let me, yeah. 8.3. There is one that actually says it. Um, Christy, are you able to help us with that? 7 point. What does it say, Krista? Yeah, because this one actually says it. Do not pave up to. Oh, wait. No, that's not it. Oh, here it is. 8.2, number 8, do not pave up to the foundation. A planting strip approximately 12 inches, 12 to 24 inches wide should be left between the drive and house.
well, there you go. I will,
Oh, it says, yeah, that's for residential.
Since those are for private sites, are those applicable?
Bear with us, please. I'm sorry, Chrissy. What did she say? Mm. So where are you? What standard?
Going back to 7.3.
Okay.
what's that?
8.2, number 2.
8.2, number 2, sorry.
Mm-hmm. Sidewalks and parking.
Yeah.
Because it leads, I mean,
And it also, 8.2, number 8, do not pave up to the foundation of planting strip. Approximately 12 to 24 inches wide should be left between the
that's what
drive.
I read, but that was one of,
It does
that's,
say house,
it
but
says for residential projects.
it does.
I think if we go with context, that's probably going to be our best bet.
And you also identified something that we may need to talk about at a retreat.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Well, either way, so
It's context. That's what I think should land on.
7.4 was it? Seven point three. And we'll go ahead and reference 7.2 and 7.3. And the last part of my motion, if we're all good there, would be to request that the applicant look for examples within our districts of the protruding box bays, historic examples, and bring those back to us as evidence.
Secretary of Interior Standards, 2.5.
So Secretary of Interior Standards 2.5.
And we can also point to 7.2 for context. The preamble.
Also 7.2 for context, the preamble.
Mm-hmm. And I would also add 7.3, number 1.
And 7.3, number 1.
Thank you, Commissioner Barth. Motion made by Commissioner Barth, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Lineberger. Any further discussion of the motion?
Do we need to indicate that we're waiting to review signage, front yard paving, dumpster locations and screening, all that stuff related to tenant usage once the,
I think so. Yeah.
okay.
Oh, nice save.
Friendly amendment
Sure.
to my thing.
To your own motion, yes. All right, do you accept your friendly amendment?
I accept it, yes.
Do you accept the friendly
Yes.
amendment, Krista? All right, and any further discussion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to continue passes 7-0. Thanks for your patience,
Thank you. Jennifer
and Chris.
And thank you for joining us, Thomas Powers. We appreciate your support and expertise.
Thank you, Attorney Powers.
Say goodbye to Attorney Powers
Bye,
and
Attorney
welcome
Powers.
back Attorney Sanchez Myers. And since we are at 5:30, does the commission feel like we can get through numbers 5 and 6 and maybe all the new cases will be new cases for March?
I would like to get through all of the old ones and
Okay.
move on.
Okay. All right. Tim, Rob, are you with us? What number are you? No, sorry, Colleen. Jenny, yeah.
I'm here.
Hi, Tim. Have you
Hey.
been sworn in?
No,
Okay. Is Rob with you?
he's not. He actually had to catch a flight back to Charlotte. So he was trying to make it, but since that last one went a little long, he wasn't able to. So I'll be speaking for him.
Okay. I'm sure you're up to it.
Yep.
Okay, great. Well, let's get you sworn in.
Okay.
And if the fellas from number 6, Sheldon, Cameron, Orlando, if y'all are on and can be sworn in too, that would be appreciated. Jenny,
A brown beverage.
would you like to swear people in? Thank you.
Yes, so if you will, please raise your right hand and respond I do to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to keep it simple. This application was continued from the December meeting for some storefronts, windows, awnings, metal elements, restudy, and signage. With that very brief overview, Tim, I'm going to turn it over to you to explain the project changes. Before you get started, please state your name and spell your last name for the court reporter, and please also provide your address.
Sure. My name is Tim Finan. Last name is spelled Finein. And my address is 826 Hawthorne Lane, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28204.
Great, thank you. Tim, I'm on, I guess I'll start on slide 6 for you.
Sure.
Floor is
So
yours.
okay, thanks. After the last meeting, we kind of went back, took a closer look at the just basically kind of 4 elements that we're doing here. One is the windows, the awnings, the siding materials, and then the coping caps. There was the addition of the sign as well. There was an existing sign, yard sign that we are now proposing a new yard sign there. So that was the addition from last time. But and that was part of the clarification on whether we had a yard sign or a wall sign. There are no wall signs, just the yard sign. On the windows, the existing windows at the front of the building, we went back and they don't appear to be original. We looked really hard to find any documentation at all in all the historic areas on the internet and everywhere, but we couldn't find any documentation for sure. But the fact that they are anodized aluminum windows and the other windows along the side and the rear are a steel window tells us that you wouldn't have done that. You would have kind of built all the windows the same, most likely. And we've seen the steel windows being more commonly used in historic buildings. So all the windows are kind of in somewhat disrepair. The front ones in particular have been painted over, which has deteriorated the windows over time. And it's kind of a no-no on aluminum windows. You don't paint them in the field. It's not something you're supposed to do. It kind of destroys the window. You're supposed to keep the original window as is and not paint them. So we're proposing to replace those windows with new aluminum windows, but also in a dark finish. So it would have the same kind of painted aluminum, but it's done correctly. So it's keeping true to what's actually there, even though they weren't the original, possibly not the original windows, but they've been there long enough that now they are what the building is. So we're proposing to replace those, and then the side windows and the rear windows, all the steel ones, they're nice windows, and they're meant to be painted. So we're actually going to keep those windows and recondition and repaint those because we believe those have more historic value than the aluminum at the front. This is also just as a note, that kind of replacement window has been done at the 1009 East Boulevard project, the old Lucien Company building that's now the Das Architecture building. And also we did a historic review on 301 West Summit Avenue in another district, not the Tilworth district. It's been done before where we replaced the windows with the new aluminum dark bronze windows to kind of in keeping with the look of the older steel windows. And then on the awnings, the new awning material, we were proposing to remove the canvas awning that's around the building and replace it with a new awning to mimic the original design intent and of the existing awning for its design and its solar shading purposes, as kind of how the guidelines describe it. The flat kind of metal awning is more appropriate for the mid-century modern style. You see it kind of all over town. You see it in different places across the country. It's kind of a more common canopy type. So we're proposing that kind of flat awning, metal awning. Again, this was also done on the 1009 East Boulevard building, and the 301 West Summit had a similar metal awning as well. Both of those were approved COA projects as well. The siding. So if you want to go, this is probably a good one. I don't know if you can see it here, but the original siding is a plywood above the canopy that had a kind of a stucco texture to it. It's a very odd thing. It's not stucco. It's like a plywood with a stucco texture to it. So I'm not sure if they were trying to waterproof the plywood at some point with a stucco kind of coat on it, but it's kind of a haphazardly done application. So we're proposing different from last time we had exciting on the before that what we're proposing to do is put back the same type of panels in the same configuration, same dimensions, but we're going to use the cementitious panel with that's actually the cementitious panel. You can get it in a stucco type finish, so it would actually mimic exactly what's there now, but done in a better watertight, kind of more long-lasting material that hopefully would never need to be repainted or replaced, could just be repainted over time. So that's the siding. And then on the coping caps, the front coping, if you go to the slide that with the 3D, that might be easiest to kind of tell by the very first. Maybe one more up, 17. There we go. If you can see the top of the, if you go to the very top by the kind of vertical element, yeah, right there, we had it on there, the vertical element right there. That very top of that has a precast concrete cap on it, existing, and it's been painted, just same as the brick. So we're proposing just to keep that and repaint it. I think that was a question last time as to why we were proposing to replace that. So we're just going to keep it and repaint it. Same with the railing at the top. You see the top railing that exists now. We're just proposing to keep that railing and repaint it. And then the coping around the back side of the building in the rear is a metal coping. There's some pictures if you go to some of the precedence pictures, probably slides. Probably slide 7, right after that one we just had. Sorry. Go to, or yeah, 7.
17 maybe?
No. I think 7 showed the existing the best actually.
Like this?
Yeah. See that one bottom right corner? Yeah. You can kind of see that green metal coping on that piece. And that's kind of a hodgepodge of things over time. It is a metal coping, and it's just kind of falling apart and deteriorated. So we're just going to replace it with the same metal coping, and it'll be a pre-finished painted. So it'll be new watertight. It'll be the same as the original finish that's there now. So the coping caps are kind of all staying the same, just being refurbished or replaced as needed. And then the last thing was the signage. If you go to the it's one of the very last slides. Yeah, 22. Yeah. So if you see the middle picture, there's a green and white sign. It was kind of a wood signage piece. And what the owner would like to do is something kind of a little more long lasting with a brick piece to it. And in the same size as the original one, but actually it's kind of a little lower than the other one. So be a little more pedestrian friendly. But that's what we're proposing there. I know one of the comments from staff was that there was not enough information there on it. So we could provide some more details on that to staff as far as the size goes. And then the brick base, there was also a comment about how the brick base were showing that as painted. We were thinking that you would match the same painted brick that's on the original building. But if it's something that you want to go to a red brick or something, we could always look at that if that's more appropriate than matching the building with the same color. So, but that's pretty much it. There's kind of 4-5 elements there to our project. So we've kind of scaled back on our asks to try to keep the integrity of the building. So.
All right. Thank you so
Yeah.
much, Tim. And let the record show that Commissioner Hawkins had to step away for a moment. Christy, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers.
No callers. All right, commissioners, questions for Mr. Feynman? Chris, Tim, did you say whether or not the awning was original?
The awning appears to be the original awning. We can't find any evidence of it not being on the building. It's kind of we can't tell if every bit of it was there or if pieces of it were added over time, but as far back as, maybe just the 60s where I could tell that it was on there. That's what was there. So.
Okay.
Fabric.
All right, Commissioner Lineberger.
Hey, Tim, I just have a question about what you just said about the sign. I guess I'm wondering if there's another, when you said red brick, like if you went ahead and did a brick, or a non-painted brick, that alarmed me a little bit, just because it would be so different. It'd be introducing a whole nother element.
Yeah.
So I don't know,
Yeah,
have y'all thought of any other alternatives?
Yeah, we could. I mean, we were trying to kind of match the building as best as possible, so that it kind of blended with the building. That's why I think we labeled this painted brick, but we could do, on here too, we say stone and brick. So, we could use the similar stone that's on the face of it as well. So, that's was the intent, was to kind of match the building. So with the kind of stone and the brick. So we didn't want to add another red brick or anything to it, but I know that painted brick kind of goes against the guidelines. So it's kind of weird to ask for painted brick.
Yeah, it
So,
does.
yeah.
It sends us into a tizzy here on the.
Yeah.
At times.
Yeah. I mean, I guess we could do like, exactly. Yeah. That's what it was like. Well, we have painted brick, so should we do painted brick? But I guess we could always do we could do a siding material, like the same kind of panel, like the kind of stucco panel we're replacing. We could do that. And if you look closer at that thing, it says tenant name. That part could be like the stucco panel.
Right.
And then we could do the stone as that. So that could work. That's probably maybe more appropriate then, because then it wouldn't be painted brick.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, we're willing to do that.
It's great.
For sure.
Really nice project. It looks really good.
It's beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it'd be a nice addition.
So you know how we are about painted brick, but you also know how we are about our windows. I did not see where you have shown us that the windows that you plan on replacing, first of all, are those historic?
Are the windows historic?
The ones that you're planning to replace?
I don't believe they were the original windows. I have a hard time believing that someone put anodized and steel windows on the building. I would imagine they would have been steel windows originally. And at some point they probably leaked and got replaced with the more modern kind of anodized. Now, when I say modern, anodized has been around probably since the 60s. So it's not that old of a material, or not that young of a material.
Right. And so now it's also historic.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah. So the challenge for me is, again, trying to be consistent with all applications. The burden of proving that the windows have to be replaced is high. And I didn't see anything in our current application that shows that they absolutely need to be replaced. So I'm going to bring that up during deliberation. Thought you could address it now.
Yeah, I mean, I think our biggest concern is if we just keep the windows and repaint them, that the material's kind of been trashed. So it's like to paint it again kind of just continues to disregard the material for what it is. And there's they looked at ways of trying to remove the paint, but then that kind of destroys the window more. So the idea, and similar to what we did on some of the other projects in the district, was to replace those windows with the same material. So it would, there's really no difference between the material. It's the same thing. It's just done in the correct way, so that
Right.
So.
And we constantly tell applicants, we refer back to our standards that historic materials, historic features are supposed to be restored. And if that's absolutely not possible, then they are replaced. So, I would be asking for you to help us help you and help anyone who comes behind you by giving us backup so that when they say, oh, well, you let them do it, we can say, well, this is what they presented to us. This is why.
Yeah.
That we're able to do it. And right now, this is not something that I feel we have.
Okay. Will we need to provide like, I mean, other than like my professional opinion, what else would we need to do to provide about that? Is there like will we need to give something from a manufacturer saying that they need to be replaced, or is it something like that from another expert?
Yeah, so in the past, we've had experts that Christy is more than capable of sharing with you who can give you, who can help you with that.
Okay.
Christy, do you have people that you can share with Tim?
I'm gonna have to defer to Candace because typically these types of windows cannot be repaired.
Yeah.
They, it's just, they weren't built, like wood windows were built to be repaired.
Yeah.
And this era of windows were not. So the evaluation is usually show us documentation of the conditions of the window. Not can it be repaired or not, like we do for wood windows.
Sure, and I think it's even more important that we figure that out since we have Macquarie Heights and Oaklawn Park now. And
we've required detailed conditions photos showing, you know, it's being held together with paint, or it's rusted, or it doesn't open. You know, we've accepted videos in the past for different things.
Sure.
We've accepted physical
so
samples.
you and the team work with Tim on getting us what we need to make that call.
We'll do our best.
Christy's here, Tim. She and the team can help you. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah. Yeah, we want to do what's best for the building. We don't, you know, it's we feel like the replacement would be an exact equal, actually better than what's there and kind of the original intent of the building. But, you know, we do need to prove that for sure. So
yeah. Thank you. We appreciate that. And then I'll just take you back to the awnings. I love your building. I love your building. And it's going to be really difficult to get away from 4.18. Is it commercial awnings? 4.17. I'm looking right at it. Awnings were originally developed in classical times to provide shade. What does it say? Non-historic commercial buildings. That doesn't apply. It's in here in 4.17. And I hear our former commissioner, Jessica Heineman, in my head, in my think bubble saying, I think that this is wonderful. And I mean, I do. It's just, how do we, again, make an exception? Yeah, Commissioner Lineberger.
I think the standards, and we could talk about this in deliberation, but I
Sure.
think the standards are pretty clear. 4.172, metal, aluminum, and fiberglass awnings may be more appropriate on existing mid-century modern residential. Oh, sorry, that's residential. Number 3, then, non-historic commercial buildings or modified storefronts may use fabric awnings or combinations of metal, glass, or fabrics for a more contemporary design statement.
This is historic, not non-historic.
Oh, sorry. Trying for you, Tim.
Yeah. I know we did, when we did the cast building over there on Summit, I know that was a whole different commission, a whole different set of guidelines, but I think the idea was that we were, both with the windows and the canopies were, you know, we were trying to, you know, pay kind of homage to the building and to the style, you know, probably in more, using a more kind of, you know, appropriate canopy than, you know, the fabric one was. I know Lucy and Company, that one had a mansard roof on it at one point. And that one I know was probably approved in 2018, and it was it did the same thing. We kind of they removed that piece. I didn't do that one, but I talked to the architect, because we're helping the attorneys moving into that building. But, basically kind of brought it back to kind of its nicer original look. And then he did add those kind of metal canopies, which weren't original to the building on it. I don't know if you look at the slide 19, that kind of shows those two buildings. You go up to that. And that's kind of where we're leaning on some of that precedence there with those two buildings. It's for the kind of canopies we're looking at doing here as well. But still, still keeping the canopy in the same spot that it was.
Sure.
Try to keep the original design.
Yeah, and so the challenge is the new standards we have. I mean, I would love to see the metal canopy use. Just want to find a way to justify it using the current standards we have. Okay, any other questions before we close? Yes, Commissioner Whitlock.
Yes, I want to make sure I understood on the canopy, you had determined that the canopy that's there, I guess the framework was original. Is that correct?
As far as I can tell, I can't find any images of it being different.
Did I understand you said as far back as 1960, was that a photographic?
It was an aerial shot where I could kind of tell that there was a blur of a canopy. It was as best I could do. I've hunted the internet for a couple hours trying to find this, and I just couldn't find anything without that canopy on it. I couldn't tell if all of the canopies were there or if it just the front ones were. The kind of long canopy around the whole thing seems a lot for a building like that. But I imagine they would have only put it on the front originally, but I'm just guessing here on that.
Just looking at it, the one picture you have that shows you can look up under the canopy, I would say that if that wasn't the original storefront, then those probably isn't the original canopy.
Yeah.
It's just, just looking at it, it's integrated with it, cut to size for it. It seems like that would likely have come at the same time. I guess that begs the question, when were the windows, when was the storefront done?
Sure. Yeah, it could have been around the 60s time, because that was that type of material, both that and the canvas awnings like that were kind of more prevalent at that point, the aluminum type stuff. But from the steel windows that are at the back of the building. So I can see the building without it being on there, but it's we definitely we think that the look is definitely more appropriate, but we understand if it doesn't meet a guideline as far as the material goes. I do think it meets the guideline as far as the keeping the same solar shading and kind of creating the same design element that is currently there. It's a very linear element, kind of creates that same kind of mass that the other one did. As far as the upper pieces, the kind of darker element.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions before we close? Commissioner Bell?
I just have not really a question, but a request, because I was looking at the windows too and wanted to ask about them. And I know there's pictures here that makes them look like they're damaged, but to me, they do look repairable, although I'm not an expert. So as part of our process for gathering more intel on the windows, can we get a historian that focuses on windows to back up the claim, I guess, that they need to be replaced versus they are repairable?
Yeah, that's what Christy was saying. Candace would help us do, right, Christy?
She said that we have a couple of metal folks on our list.
Oh, that's great. Tim, thank you for helping future applicants too.
That's good.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes, just a real quick question. Tim, did you notice the comments about the door and the handles?
Oh, yeah, yeah. Sorry, I forgot to mention
Seeing
that.
that?
Yeah, I think I like those. They're kind of like these little circles. I don't know if you can see them on some of the pictures, but the owners would definitely, either reuse those if we did the new storefront or get new ones made in the same way. If you go to, let's see, it's hard to tell. Yeah, maybe one of, there. Yep. They're these kind of like circular handles, kind of make a circle. And I agree with staff saying that they're kind of a, character defining characteristic of the building. So I think we could take that. They look like they were added on. Doesn't quite match the same finish as the other, but I think it'd be kind of neat to keep those.
All right, perfect. All right, now we'll close for deliberation. And all right, so the reasons why this was continued. 4.18, number 1 for storefronts, return with the original form of the building. Do we have that? I don't recall getting that. Okay. Per standard for 4.14, numbers 1, 3, 10, and 11 for windows to include the original window pattern detail and original materials and restudy what is original and document conditions of the windows. So we talked about the windows a lot. We do need to understand the condition of the windows before we authorize a replacement, I believe. Anyone disagree? Jenny. Okay. Per standard for 4.17 for commercial awnings preamble. Yeah, that's kind of hard to, if it's original, then I don't know a way around it. Help us, Christy.
Yeah, so 4.17, number 3, it says non-historic commercial, but there's a clause that says modified storefronts. So I think that's the key. Like, has this been modified?
Okay.
If you can prove it's been modified, then there
So
you have it.
that goes to what Commissioner Whitlock was saying, which is if it has, then those awnings probably are not original. Although they would be historic, but we have
some wiggle room here.
We have some wiggle room, and we want to wiggle. And then we have standard 5.17, we settle the metal elements, and Tim has done that. Yes? All right. Signage to comply with 8.2, number 5. And so is Tim addressed that, and so he's done that too.
A point.
A,
A.
yes. And so let's correct that. Mm-hmm. And of course, we're using the Secretary of Interior standards. So as it stands here, it looks like we still need documentation on the windows and proof that they cannot be restored. We also need to know if the storefront was modified, because then that gives us some wiggle room with the awnings. And it looks like those are the only 2 things that we have outstanding. I'm sorry. And look at the original form of the.
We can't hear. Can you? Thank you.
I was having a secret sidebar. I was asking if we also needed to ask for number 1, because I don't see that, but maybe I don't know what I'm.
We didn't get that,
Okay.
but I think that is something that we should definitely have, because it also proves the case for the other ones, the other points. All right. Anything else that we've skipped or missed? All right. Will one of you make a motion?
I will.
Thank you, Commissioner Bell.
I will step in and make a motion.
Thank you.
But I think it's pretty simple.
Mhm.
I make a motion to continue the application, requesting the original form of the building per standard for, gosh, I feel like I'm yelling, per standard 4.18, number 1. And also asking for additional detail on the windows, the condition of the windows, including a professional historian for windows, reiterating or confirming the claim that the windows are not repairable per standard 4.14 numbers 1, 3, 10, and 11. And the awning, although I might need some help here. Where did we land with that?
If it's, the storefront has changed, the awnings can too.
Okay, so we are,
So I think
Okay.
if we have the other information you've referenced, then we can address the awnings.
okay, so
Mhm.
once we have the other information at the next meeting, we will address the awning.
Yes.
And then we're recognizing that number 4, the restudy of the metal, the signage, and the signage have been addressed during this meeting.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Bell. Motion made by Commissioner Bell, seconded by
Second?
Commissioner Whitlock. Any further discussion of the motion?
Do we need to add just minor approvals by staff? Like that sign, you know, the final signage, material?
It's a continuation, like.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. All right, let's vote. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to continue passes 6-0. Thank you, Tim.
Thanks,
Okay.
Tim.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Sheldon, are you and your team on?
Okay.
We're here.
Oh, perfect. Have you been sworn in?
Yes, I raised my hand during the last one.
Awesome. Can we see you?
You guys should. Oh, I have to hit it. There we go.
There you go. Awesome. Perfect. Okay.
Okay, Christy, I
Yes,
need
ma'am.
a quick little sidebar.
Yes. Commissioner Lineberger has to recuse and Commissioner Barth, I believe, has 45 minutes. So Sheldon, we're going to ask you to roll quickly through your presentation and just highlight all of the changes so that we can get straight to commission question and answer and discussion.
Perfect.
Okay, if you would, before you start going quick, if you could state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Yes, Sheldon Clark. Home address is 6204 Elkington Lane, Mint Hill.
Okay, and just for everyone's information, we do have an agenda supplement. It is available online and I will pull it up. Sheldon, I am starting on slide, where'd you like me to start?
So I'm gonna go through from the red bullet points that you guys have here. So
Okay.
we can go into the supplement. That'll be the best thing to actually highlight that. And a few things just also for clarity. So we're not seeking signage or exterior lighting because both of those items would depend on whatever commercial tenants end up with the project. So whether that is that we have to come back completely in
We're
front
good.
of the HDC or if staff would be able to work with that. But we're not looking for consideration for that.
Okay, noted, thank you. All right, and I have a slide 22 of the supplement and I can
Yes.
just scroll through as you talk.
Yeah, so 24. So if we're looking at that guy, 24, 25, let's do 25. So 25 here, if you zoom in, you'll see the setbacks indicated. Those are all the setbacks for the building that conform with the latest changes that happened from negotiating with DDOT. There's no more on-street parking anymore along Graham. We still have to keep an on-street parking space on 7th. And no changes to the curb location on 6. So the only curb location changes are really happening at the 7th Street side. You can see here we have integrated and coordinated the notch in the building that happens there. Also, that shows up on the site plan. If you go, well, you see here the transformer boxes, but then we also added the grading marks on the slide above on 24. So you have all the elevations for the topography there. We're not changing the topography on the site since we're, essentially taking up the whole site here and have to meet up with the existing sidewalk locations. One of the other changes that we've done here with the massing, if you go to, let's see here, the aerial views would be the best bet. Yeah. So here at the rear of the building, you see the before and after. So we've added additional articulation, bringing brick to the rear of the building. And we've cantilevered off of the back of the garage, actually, with a 2-foot and 1-foot bump out there on the building so that there's more depth and articulation that's happening there. We feel that that works well with the comments that we received on adding more articulation on the backside of the building. We also, even though those aren't units, it is a corridor, did add Juliet balconies there on the corner so that that just gets some further articulation and activation there. If we go to, let's see if we can do some other stuff in this supplement here. So it would be at the bottom of the supplement for the storefront, additional storefront and railing details. So 37. So 37, we've had this detail in here, but we added the dimensions for the guardrails for the balcony. This is kind of like our most decorative balcony, but then there were the other 2 pages that I added in to the supplement. Is there another?
I added that at the beginning.
Okay, they're in the front. Okay.
The front, yeah.
Yes. So these here, if we start with the one below it on 20, those are the other types of balcony conditions that we have. So we have the railing details called out for those. So doing metal balcony railings, not too decorative, but just kind of keeping it simple in line with the commercial and industrial nature of that part of 4th Ward. And then the slide above on 19. And also given that really looking at a generic section of the storefront here, so you can see that the spacing that we have with that, we do have transom windows above, kind of like a signage band or break that's articulated with a corrugated metal panel insert. We have our aluminum canopies that are projecting over each storefront section. And the typical storefront is a 4-foot wide section, and then it's broken 5'2" up with horizontal mullion going across. We do have that lower bulkhead of brick that is below all the storefront openings. The height of that varies as the building steps down, and we want to show basically this generic, excuse me, this generic take on the storefront here because once it's resolved of like what the situation is with the tenants, whether it's one tenant or if it's multiple tenants, and that storefront configuration could change, but we want to make sure that there's approval of this language. And we recognize if it does change, of course, we would need to come back and hopefully do something on the consent calendar for or work with staff on changes like that. You also see on this one the dimensions and proportions for the aluminum storefront system that happens across the 2nd floor of the building. And just knowing that windows, of course, are a big thing, go ahead and highlight it here. So we're using that same module across. So basically, if you break each individual like vertical cell of the aluminum storefront there, we're keeping that module consistent. And playing with whether it is 4 abreast or if it's 3 abreast, depending on the width of the opening. One of the other things to highlight with the storefront configuration, you see that 2/1 in terms of 2 larger openings on the second floor and the wider expanse of storefront on the lower level. That's consistent with the language that shows up along North Triumph, Trade. Let's see here. I have that in my notes here for which. So 402 Trade Street is where we're picking up that language, and it shows up in other places, and it's also one of the reference images in the design guidelines itself of keeping that that pattern. Next item that shows up in the supplement, and actually we can go back to the regular submission here. So just for the window trim. And that is sheet A48. So yeah, it'll be the lower portion. It's our material, so it's like our next to last sheet in the, yeah, so it should be below this one. So here, these are the specs for the storefront show up here. So the Conair Tri-Fab VersaGlaze, and that we're looking for their clearest low E glazing on there. And it's a 2-inch sight line and 4.5-inch deep stick for the storefront. On the windows, we're looking at a 5.5-inch trim around the window using Hardy trim or cementitious trim there. We have basically done a symmetrical, not symmetrical, but we've picture framed out with the same size trim on the jambs, heads, and sill. And recognize this may be a deviation from what happens on single family homes in the historic district, but it's more indicative of the current type of trim that we need in a contemporary setting to make sure that we don't have trim that is in a horizontal orientation, particularly in a building that is in excess of 2 or 3 stories, where we can't replace those items as frequently as you would a horizontal wood sill, which would deteriorate rapidly used in that condition. The specifications on the windows, again, the low E glazing for the aluminum clad windows. We pulled out all the composite window references in the project based off of the comments previously. And then the other item want to hit questions about the site plan in terms of where's the location of mechanical equipment. In our original narrative, which may have been a couple hearings ago, we laid out, so it's there in writing in terms of, and it shows up on the roof plan or the site plan, all of our condenser units are located on the roof, pulled away from the edge so that they're not visible from the street or adjacent neighboring buildings. The transformers are located in the transformer pins, which are brick enclosures, and the gates on them are going to be slatted metal gates. And yeah, that shows up here in this view and shows up also in some of our enlarged details that we've
So
in the set.
at 36, they're right here that's being circled. That's what this is? Okay.
So that's one transformer pin, and there's another one on the south side of the site along 6. And so 2 transformers will be on the one on 7th, one will be on the one on 6th. And if there's any other electrical equipment, we're looking for switchgear to be located inside of the building. If it's not able to go inside the building, then it would be screened inside one of these pins. And I know there's a question about the backflow preventers. Those will be in an internal, that's also written in our narrative. Those are located internally into the building. So trash is internal to the building. There will not be dumpsters kept on the exterior of the building. And our water service room, which will have our pumps and backflow preventers, that's also located internal to the building. Let's see here, hitting the other questions. So we do have on the materials, has been a big thing in terms of getting cementitious lap siding that's going to be consistent with what the HTC has approved in the past. We were looking initially at the Savannah, the Nietzsche House Savannah lap siding. And there's back and forth on whether that line will actually come back around. We have some lead time on that. And since we're a large multifamily project, sometimes those lines, they will run a line for a project of this size, but they won't run a line for a smaller project. That's what we're looking at for our lap siding. And then when we're showing flat panel, just like our previous project, was at 301 East Boulevard, of using a flat cementitious panel for the flat regions of the building. The other thing that we're looking at in terms of alternative, and we would come back, I'm not sure if that would have to go just through staff or come back through the HCC. If there's a supply chain issue on the material, we're working on getting samples from a Hardie product. It is a lap siding that they provide, but it's a flat lap siding. So it's not so much where you get that projected shadow line. It's more of a,
Sheldon, do you have those products right now?
no,
With
we're
you?
still waiting
Okay.
on getting.
And what I would say, given the time constraints, is that since you don't have them and we can't evaluate them, that you just move on to something we can't evaluate. I'm so sorry.
No worries. And then one of the other questions that came up was listed, let me go back to the list of items here, was the replacement of the windows on the existing building. So with those, we're looking for steel window that we plan on using to replace in kind on those. In terms of being able to document, just picking up on the previous case in terms of showing the full documentation of how every window's in a bad condition. The building's not really in a state where we can get access to all those. We want to do a replacement in kind just so that they're updated, and if we're fine doing a steel window in those in the exact same configuration, but just in terms of detailing of whether we're going to need a brick mold for it, we need to actually remove some windows and see what the conditions are of the building. And that would be something we would look to work through with staff on if it's a true replacement in kind. And if staff is satisfied that we have the documentation that it is truly, windows that are in bad shape. If it's something where we just need to mull in it, a couple of panes of glass, or it's going to be more like 50% of the panes of glass, it's not something that we're opposed to. And so we're fine with the conditional approval on that. But with this, also to hit on the windows, since it came up on, I guess, 2 or 3 projects ago, we've used the same single window that shows up here. If you're looking like at the right side of the building, that on the 3rd floor and up. So that single configuration just to the left of that, to the right of that, yes. We're using groups of that same window, and they're not going to be molded together. We're going to do stud packs so that we have that wider detail on there, and that's how all of these windows are modeled, so that they're not individually molded windows. And those are all the same size windows that are in groups of 1, 2, 3, and 4. And the proportion of those windows are taken directly from St. Peter's, looking at those windows there, as well as the Frederick. And so on St. Peter's, we have those narrow windows that are in various groupings, such as we have. And on the Frederick, inside the historic district, that's a project that's an example that does have transom windows above the double hung, or for in that case, I believe there are casement windows there. I will stop there so that we can address any questions that you guys have.
Thanks, Sheldon. Christy, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers.
All right, commissioners, questions of the applicant. Commissioner Whitlock?
The next commissioner.
Well, I was just gonna say that was like trying to drink from a fire hose.
Fire hose. I can slow down.
No.
Yeah, and it was hard.
You did great, Sheldon.
So, gotta think about it a little bit.
All right, Commissioner Wheat?
Why don't you guys start with let's do methodical.
Let's go through.
Of items for continuance like we usually do. Make it a group effort. I don't know that we need round robin. We need
Number
to get to a
7.4.
motion.
I need someone to actually speak up, please. So let's start with the reasons for continuing this. Commissioner Barth, will you help me out, please?
Well, if I'm not mistaken, I believe number 1, they've answered correct.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So we're good there. Massing, I think they did a phenomenal job readdressing the human scale and articulation of the rear elevation. Looks good to me.
Mm-hmm.
Number 3, digital detail.
4 is my challenge for the windows.
Yeah.
Provide the trim detail.
Same picture.
Yeah.
I have a huge problem with the picture frame windows. I understand their dilemma with maintenance. But not sure that's our problem.
Yeah, no, that's not why we're here. So number 4 has not been addressed to our satisfaction.
Can I raise issue with number 4 if it's not closed?
I don't think I closed it actually, so yes.
Okay. And one of the things that we rely and lean heavily on are definitely, the Secretary of Interior standards in terms of looking at item number 3 on the Secretary's Interior standards is always kind of like my starting point when we're looking at new construction and not historic structures. And I'm trying to pull up here real quick. Where are we? So each property shall be recognized as a physical record of its time, place, and use. Changes that create a false sense of historical development, such as adding conjectural features or architectural elements from other buildings, shall not be undertaken. And that's always used as the basis of not using historical configurations on new construction unless it's in addition to new construction. And even then, for that to be pared down, so that is an element that can be clearly identified as something separate from the original structure. With this being new construction, it's typically encouraged to use contemporary details while staying within, the mass and other orientation and things that are articulated in the Secretary of Interior standards. But I never read that and haven't used that in the past in other historic districts, particularly nationally recognized historic districts, to emulate historic detailing, particularly when it comes to windows and other elements like that.
Okay, all right, thank you, Sheldon. Number 5, all windows proposed for replacement on 306 North Graham Street. I didn't see that. Provide restoration details.
No, and that one, in terms of knowing whether we need a brick mold or anything else for those windows, we need to wait until demo is actually happening on the site. I'm not sure with the current ownership and access to the building, if we'll be able to pull out one of those windows and be able to pull a full detail on that. We could put a speculative detail, but it's going to be something ultimately that would change and that we would need to have basically, staff review when we have permit ready drawings.
So because we are so adamant about protecting our windows, if they are due to be replaced in their original, we just need more information on that, okay?
Understood.
Okay. Sheldon, is this I want to make sure that we get through your application. And so we could go back and forth about all of the points, but is there anything that you want to say that's going to help us move it along?
I guess the notion to just raise again that the building is approved to be completely raised And I just to make sure we don't get hung up on details for something that's already approved to be completely demolished, even though we're proposing not to demolish it.
I'm not sure I understood that. Christy?
There's a stay of demolition on the property,
That,
and they are actively choosing to retain a portion of the building
Mhm.
and incorporating it. And what he's saying is they could decide to just demolish the whole thing.
That doesn't change our standards.
Right.
Okay, so
Right.
then I'm going to move on to the next one. Provide details on the fiber cement siding. So there was talk about that. I don't remember seeing the details on the fiber cement siding. Could you, am I missing that, Sheldon? Can you tell us where to find it?
Yeah, we've called out the materials, but in terms of providing a sample, we will provide samples for the alternative, but basically right now we're calling for Nichiha Savannah style lap siding, and then the flat panel. Those are all called out in the elevations.
Okay, and will you tell me which slide that would be, please, sir?
Let me scroll. Any of our elevations should call out the type of siding that's being used.
So it says Nichiha Savannah,
Oh, it should.
and it also mentions the type of
Then
panel.
we'll move on.
We talked earlier, remember, we kind of skipped over this because he didn't have the physical samples.
Okay, so then let's keep moving. So we'll keep 6 there until we get it. Provide materials and product information for the windows, the storefronts, and brick and mortar.
All of those were shown on the last slide. So that's our brick, the mortars, Agros khaki, general shell brick, modular, brown wire cut flash. And those are the specs for the windows and glazing.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, sir. Number 7, nope, we did that. Number 8, on the proposed site plan, provide grading, indicate fences and walls and locations of dumpster and mechanical units. I didn't see that, the grading plan.
The grading that was, went through that on the supplement. We look at the site plan, shows the grading on there. So that has all of the topo lines on there. There are no proposed changes to the topo lines because we're coming up to the existing sidewalk.
Slide 24.
Okay.
And I just want to point out that the supplement isn't necessarily new information. It was simply that you asked the applicant to show existing and superseded.
Sure.
And so that's all that is just putting the information from the presentation with the superseded. So just in case any other applicants are out there wondering why
Yes.
I allowed this when I didn't allow theirs, it's because it's not new. It just
Okay. Called out differently.
comparison. Yep.
Yep. Okay, 9, provide architectural details, railing detail drawing, lighting details, signage details. So there are a few of those details that Sheldon said that they are not going to address yet. So Commissioner Bell, what was called out from number 9?
What was called out from number 9?
What are we missing? Or not just Commissioner Bell, the whole team. What was called out?
Lighting details, signage details, we have storefront. We have some wall sections. I mean, it's a massive project, so I don't know how many more we need to see.
So we still need lighting details, signage details.
If I may, we're not seeking approval for exterior lighting or signage because
Right.
we'll have to come back as a new case when we have tenants.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so should we, that's not even a part of this conversation
He's
anymore.
taken it out of the application.
Okay, all right. Number 10, provide side-by-side comparisons. That's what we missed. So they can be reviewed accurately. So on the one that you bring back, we will ask you to do that, sir. Update the drawings to reflect the supplement agenda items with the open corner sight lines on Graham and 6th and Graham and 7th on the corner of the buildings. That was done. Per material 7.14, specifically the windows, use aluminum clad windows on all of the first 5 levels, and anything above should translate consistently with the rest of the structure.
Yes, yep, and we're compliant. I felt like that was more of a note to you guys, but I did want to ask a point of clarification just because it hasn't been talked about specifically.
Okay.
Are you guys looking at there's an interior courtyard in the building? And are you applying that to the interior courtyard of the building as well?
Let's see, provides a
Are you talking, which one are you talking about? This one?
number,
This one?
The first one, the one that's completely enclosed.
No, that would be considered interior to the building and we wouldn't look at that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And finally, 13, 7.14, aluminum clad windows are being accepted up to floor 5 unless they are on vertically unifying building elements. Anything above should translate consistently with the rest of the structure. Identify window types on the elevation.
So right now we're saying it's everywhere in terms of the aluminum windows.
Okay.
Apologies for not tagging that. It's a quick turnaround on.
Sure, yes.
No excuse.
Okay, so right now as it stands, it looks like we need,
Do we need to go back to number 6?
did we skip number 6?
Thought we,
Provide details on the fiber cement. Oh, he mentioned,
did he? Okay.
yeah, so the Nichiha Savannah Smooth is included there, so that speaks to that. Thank you, Commissioner Bell. So we have 1, check. 2, do we have 2? Somebody? 2, 3.
Yes.
Additional details, let's skip over that one. 4, I think that
No.
we need 4.
We provided, but what is I guess you're rejecting the idea of picture frame. So I just want to make sure we're clear on that.
Yes.
You're saying you will not take picture frame, and we'd like to know what you would take so we can just put it in.
Yeah, I would defer to the standards on that one. 4.14. For the windows. All right, I'm
I
sorry.
would just ask that the new building, but also let's look at the existing. So when we're talking about for windows, I know it says provide trim detail, but I just want to make sure we're thinking about all the windows.
So, good point, Commissioner Bell. We would want those details on the new and old windows, okay?
Okay, and those are all masonry windows, so there's actually no, unless we add brick mold, but that will be integral to the window, but we're leaving the heads and sills and jambs of all the masonry openings as is.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Sheldon. 5, all windows proposed for replacement. We need restoration details on that, so I'm gonna keep 5. Provide details on the fiber cement. That's been addressed. Provide materials and product information for the windows. That's been presented. Provide the grading plan. That's been done. Check. Provide architectural details. We are going to take that one off. Actually, I think in the motion, we should mention that we don't have lighting details and signage details. They will be presented in another application. Correct, Sheldon?
Yes, they're not for consideration right now.
Okay, not for consideration. It's a much more eloquent way to say that. Number 10, provide side-by-side comparisons. We need that. That would help us so much. Update the drawing to reflect the supplement agenda items. That was done. Materials, specifically the windows, use aluminum clad windows. And right now, Sheldon is saying that all of them are due to be aluminum clad windows. Number 12. Number 13.
Same thing.
Same thing. So we're good on that. So right now I have 4 and 5 need to be addressed. Along with number 9, we need to specify that the lighting and details, signage details are no longer up for consideration with this application. Who wants to write the motion on that? Number
It's
10,
still open.
number
Can I ask one point of clarification?
Yes, yes, sir.
You referenced 4.14 in terms of details for windows. All I see is for existing windows and replacement windows. It doesn't reference new windows.
Let me get you the right.
7.14.
Thank you, Commissioner Barth.
Yeah, Kim, I wonder if you meant 4.14 for the
The
historic
restoration
building?
windows,
Yeah.
yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Thank you. That's what happens when you move quickly, and we do appreciate you being so understanding and working with us, Sheldon.
Yes. If I could ask one before you close, I just want to lay my eyes on 7.14. I won't interject. I just want to make sure that I understand that it is the right section.
Sheldon, we can work that out together. You can work with staff on that. We have a lot of resources, the Get Your House Right book, commercial resources for new construction. We're glad to get you that. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. I just don't see anything in this that speaks to the window trim, just to the size, proportion, rhythm, and not to the operation of windows. But we'll work with staff on that.
So I would say 7.14, number 2.
Respect traditions. Raised trim and new openings that are flush with the rest of it are not appropriate. So the element is surrounded by raised trim. But you're looking for something else other than that?
What, if I could help clarify, I think what was probably missed, these are new standards that you are our first test case on, Sheldon. So thank you for helping us find the holes. Page 6.16, it is under the residential new construction, but it does have very clear what window framing and trim should look like in brick versus siding. And so that should translate to when you use brick versus siding in non-residential, but it's still the same look we're going for. Does that help everybody?
It does. Thank
Okay.
you. All right, let's get a motion written so that we can vote on it before we should probably close first. Sheldon, anything you want to say before we close?
Well, thank you for your time, and we just want to make sure, since the only scheduled meeting that is coming up inside of our timeline is the next hearing, so we just want to make sure that if we're just looking at window trim and materials, and window details, that we can definitely knock that out and turn it around. And just want to make sure we have clear understanding on the comments, and thank you guys for all of your time. Thank you, Chairwoman Peretti.
You have a beautiful building, sir, and thank you so much for listening to the feedback we've given and answering it. There are just a few minor things that we need to tighten up. So with that, we will close for deliberation. All right, so we've called out the things that still need to be addressed. Who wants to make the motion on that so we can vote?
I can do that.
Thank you, Commissioner Barth.
All right. I'd like to make a motion to continue this application for a number of reasons, specifically referencing previous notes from the last meeting's motion. Number 4, for windows, we don't want to see picture frame windows, specifically referencing 7.14 as well as
6.16.
Yes, thank you. Requesting that the applicant reference 6.16 for detailing. Okay.
5.
And the next item on the motion would be in reference to number 5, the replacement windows on the existing historic structure. Would ask that the applicant please reference 4.14 for restoration of windows and provide additional detailing with how that restoration is to occur.
Okay.
The next item would be item
9.
number 9, referencing the previous motion. We want to note that we are not reviewing lighting or signage at this time. That is not for consideration as it was put by the applicant. Thank you. And number 10, we would request that the applicant provide side-by-side comparisons on each iteration in the next case, or the next iteration.
All right.
And I have one more.
Yes.
As we go back to Windows request, specifically as it relates to slide 49, requesting that the applicant pursue only vertical proportions of window lights throughout the project.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Barth. All right, motion made by Commissioner Barth, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Bell. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati? Yes. Motion to continue passes 6-0. Thank you for your patience and understanding, Sheldon.
Yes, thank you. On the slide 49, is it the 49 in the regular set that reads as sheet A45?
It is.
Oh, okay, those are, okay. There's a shadow line that makes it look non-vertical, but yeah.
Yep, and in this last round, and I know you're already doing it, I highly recommend working with staff to get across the finish line.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
All right,
you.
thank you.
Sheldon, thank you so much for hanging there with us and going through everything so quickly.
Yeah.
And commissioners, thank you for staying, especially Commissioner Barth.
Yes.
Okay, and you will hear, I'm sorry, I'll let you do your thing, Madam Chair.
Just a moment. All right. So we will hear cases, the rest of our cases, the new cases will be new cases next time we meet. And let's see here. So that will be cases 8 through 14. Cases 8 through 14, thank you so much for your patience. And we will vote on minutes. Has anyone reviewed the minutes who can make a motion?
I had one
Okay.
just change. Our Commissioner Sarah Wheat was left off of the minutes as being present for the January 11th meeting.
Okay. And outside of that, we're good. So you want to make a motion, Commissioner Lineberger?
Make a motion if I wasn't here.
You can.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I make a motion to approve the minutes from January 11th.
Mm-hmm. With the corrections.
The
Yeah.
addition of Commissioner Wheat.
All right, thank you. Motion made by Commissioner Lineberger, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Whitlock. Any discussion of the motion? All right, Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati. Yes, I was waiting for my answer, sorry. Motion to approve passes 7-0. All right. Thank you so much. Let's see, we have reached the end of our time. Huh? Do we have January 18th? Who is going to make a motion on that one?
I make a motion to accept or approve the meeting minutes from the January 11th meeting,
All right.
January 18th meeting.
Motion made by Commissioner Hawkins, friendly amendment accepted.
Accepted.
And seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Barth. Any discussion of the motion? Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Peretti, yes. Motion to approve the January minutes passes 7-0. All right, we have reached the end of our time, not the agenda. Is there any further business to discuss? All right, if no, this meeting is adjourned at 6:44 p.m. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.